So thank you very much for inviting me. Now, the title of the talk is Agentic Coding for Economists. I've organized it as a fast way to get hands-on on agentic coding. There will be a lot of agents and very little coding, just to let you know, right? So what we're gonna be doing is mostly building stuff that then agents, AI agents will use to write code, okay? And I would say the main point of the workshop is that you need to have kind of a change in the mind frame on the way in which you approach research, on the way in which you approach thinking about your projects, and you become more a manager than a researcher in some sense. The best analogy, which is not perfect, but the best analogy that I have is if you have been working with research assistants, that's the way in which you can think about working with AI agents. So you will have research assistants that do kind of the dirty work for you, and you are on top of the coordination part of the research. So you decide who does what, and you become the person that is in charge of reviewing the work of others and deciding, no, we need to change this, or we need to redo this, or this is fine, we're going to incorporate it in our current version of the project. Okay, so you become more of a coordinator rather than doing literally the dirty work. So something, yes?
No, I just wanted to make sure I don't find the retail. It says page 404.
I think so. I found your GitHub, and I think it instead of Pavier, you can find it.
No, Pavier is the one that I've done last week, last 3 days. Sorry. So the problem is, since I'm an idiot, I forgot to make it public, right? Because I'm an idiot. It's nothing new. Don't worry. This will happen several times today. I will have done something wrong. Okay. So let me do it rapidly. We will work on the repository anyway together. But so the main thing I wanted to take away from this workshop is the mind frame change that you're gonna need for your future research. Change visibility, change to public. I want this repository to be public. Yes, I've read it. Make the repository public. Oh, God. Okay. This is all security and stuff, right? So I need to make sure nobody steals my ideas and things like that. But so I think in 1 second you will see it. Okay, done. Now it's public, I think. Yes. Let me get back to the slides. Okay. So the most important thing that I think you want to take away from the workshop is the change in your mind frame when thinking about research. And I think that's where things are going. So we were just discussing during the break with some colleagues, look, things are changing super rapidly. Every week there is a new thing and a new approach and a new way of thinking about how to use AI agents. And, even a few months ago, I would have given a completely different workshop. Okay, so now instead I'm telling you about, or you are the orchestra director with all these AI agents playing different instruments, and you are trying to make them play a nice symphony, right? So that's what you're gonna be doing. Yeah. Wait, guys, wait! Don't clone anything. Okay, so we're gonna do it together in a second. You're very impatient. Okay. So the way in which I would like to run this is I'm going to do some short demos for everything that I will explain. And then you're going to have sometimes still very compressed time to do some exercises. Now, ideally, So I've created a repo around an example, which is this paper by Carden Kruger, where they try to figure out what happens if you increase the minimum wage on employment. It's very well known, is one that started an entire literature. You know, you can use that, or ideally, you want to start working on a project that you have been thinking about, or something that you have been working on, and you want to start applying these techniques to that project. Okay, so and this is important. So one thing that is crucial when you're working with AI agents is to try to create an environment for them to work the way you want them to work, which is very personal. Okay, and so everything that we're going to try to build today is going to be personal to you mostly. Okay, so it's going to be, you're going to give you principles, but then everything that you build is, this works for Ephraim, but it's not going to work for Alessia because they work in a different way. Okay, right. So let me define what I mean by agentic coding. Okay, and what is the difference between agentic coding and using ChatGPT, for example? So ChatGPT, I'm assuming this type of apps you are all familiar with. And ChatGPT works as I ask a question, I get an answer. Okay, so for example, I have a problem installing some of the things that I ask you to install. I can ask ChatGPT, look, I'm getting this error message. What does it mean? Well, it means this and this and that. Here is a way to solve it. Okay, follow these steps. You still have to do it. Okay, the difference with agentic coding is the agentic part is crucial. They're gonna do it. They're gonna do it for you. So you explain what you want to get, explain what is your aim, explain how you want to be done, and the AI agent will do it for you. Okay, so these AI agents that we're gonna work with are able to manipulate files on your computer. They are able to read those files. They're able to manipulate those files, create new files, create settings, install stuff. Generate new content for you, verify what if the content reflects what you were asking, etc., and possibly review it again. So agentic coding means you are delegating execution, implementation of some tasks to these agents. All right. Now, does it mean you do it just blindly forget about it? Of course not. Right? So you're still in charge, as we were discussing. Well, as we were told, a typical journal will still consider you responsible for whatever you said, right? So you're still in charge, and this is where my analogy of working with research assistants should give you an idea, right? So you're still in charge. You are the author of the research, and you are the person responsible for whatever you are submitting to a journal, right? So if the agents do something crazy like inventing a new paper that does not exist or attributing an existing paper to someone else, it's your responsibility. You're at fault because you didn't check. Okay, so what you become again is a reviewer of the work of others, which is, again, it's the way in which we have been always working with research assistants. We delegate some work, we explain these research assistants what they should do, how they should do it. Typically, we can be more or less prescriptive, and the tendency now is to be less prescriptive with AI agents. I think that is going to stay with us. The idea is that you just explain your aim, and they're going to figure it out. They're going to figure out how to get there. But then you are supervising this process, and you check and review whatever has been produced. Right? So that's why it's very important that whatever output these agents produce is verifiable by you. By verifiable, I mean you should be able to say this is good work or not. Okay? And you should also be able to instruct these agents on what a good job means. Okay, so this is a good job is clear for you. It's not for an AI agent. Okay, so again, think about research assistant. You will tell them, you will give instructions about how to do literature search. He will tell us something like only use top sources, right? You don't read third tier journal articles. We only focus on top field journals. We focus on working paper repositories like MBR and things like that that are very good quality. You know, we're not gonna put you know, bad quality research in our literature review. So you give instructions and you give ways to figure out when a good job has been done.
So, for example, when we give a blockchain or like a codex, for example.
Yeah.
We should trust or not? What do we do?
Never trust, always
Because
verify.
when you give us the PDF,
Mhm.
I put it just on codex and say, okay, set up the machinery for and then there is a lot of alert that say, yes, yes, with the difference, or do it manually. And I did yes, 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 yes.
So,
Okay.
you know,
Now the question is okay, but if I don't trust, for example, to do this technical stuff, the task,
Mhm.
what is that context to use there?
So again, you need to have a process to be able to verify, right? Being this something that you have never done, right? That is more difficult. But one example of how you could do it is have an interactive session, right? And if you get an error message and you don't understand why you get that error message, you can ask, okay, so I got this error message in things that I've done manually. What does it mean? How do I fix it, right? Fix it for me, that's another option, right? But you want to understand why there was this message, so you learn something out of it, right? Next time, you know how to give better instructions. You're not going to do it manually next time. You're going to give better instructions, okay? So we're going to talk about how you can make sure that verification is easy or easier, not easy, okay? So what is the process through which AI agents work? So as I was mentioning, basically they usually start from reading stuff, okay? Now you're used to write prompts for ChatGPT, that's one thing they're gonna read. But they have access to your machine, so they can read whatever you tell them to read. And if you don't tell them, by assumption, they will just work and read stuff that is in the folder in which you're working, okay? And then there is additional additional material that you can give to these agents that you build yourself to facilitate their work and give them clear guidelines and instructions. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do later. Then once they have read all this information, they start planning. Okay, by planning I mean they have to figure out what task do I need to perform in order to accomplish whatever I was asked to do. And I make a list of tasks. Maybe I try to figure out how to do things that I was not told how to do, right? So if I don't give you precise instructions, let's say you are a research assistant, if your principal investigator doesn't give you precise instruction, well, you will have to figure it out, right? So you're gonna read something, maybe online, maybe you have some other resources on the folder that you can read. But you're gonna try to figure out what you need to do it and how you need to do it, and then have a list of tasks that you have to complete in order to reach the final aim. Then you're gonna act. And again, we're talking about agentic coding. They're gonna do code, right? They can write code, they can execute this code, they can test it, they can see if it's working. If it is not, they're gonna fix it. They can write content, they can write draft of your paper, they can plot figures, they can save stuff on your folder, they can do a lot of things, right? Once they have finished whatever they thought they had to accomplish, it becomes important that they verify what they've done. Okay, so they have to check that everything has been done correctly. And then if they think that's been done correctly, they stop and they tell, look, I've done it. Otherwise, there is something wrong. I don't know, the code doesn't run. Well, they're gonna get back to the code. They're gonna fix the problem and verify again, right? And they keep working on this loop, if you want, until they are happy with the result. Okay? Yeah.
For the exercise we're going to do, for example, for a complete agent loop, how many tokens are they going to eat?
It depends on the task. So
For this task, we are thinking of today, given by our improver. I think we are planning to have this look together. To have the
Um,
task
we're not gonna do, so we're gonna do some tasks that will go through these loops, right? So this is the way in which every AI agent will work when you ask to do something, right? So when you prompt them, they will work in this way. We're gonna do it task by task. So if you're thinking about, I wanna do an entire project from scratch and have a final draft, all the code, that will take days or hours running, and that will be very expensive. Okay, so I'm gonna give you an idea of how you can do that, but you need to be ready to spend money. And I'm not sure how many of you are on a very generous research. Actually, you cannot use your research money, right? You cannot use your research grants for that. So probably you have to spend your own money. I don't know.
So
Yeah.
I don't tell you at the moment, many tokens on spending time sent me or something here, but suppose I did, can I tell him or her? Go ahead until you read this number of tokens and you saw.
Sure, it might not have completed the task. Yeah, but I would say if you're using Codex now, so Codex is the best deal at the moment for among coding agents. It has very generous usage limits. So respect to Cloud Code, it's very good, but you run out fast.
Yeah.
So that's the main concern. Codex has been trying to steal customers from Anthropic for a while now, so they have very generous limits. So it works pretty well. Still, if you have a basic $20 subscription, if you do a very long task, it's gonna run out fast. So just to give you an example, yesterday I did a task that ran for 4.5 hours, and it burned 4 million tokens, and I ran out of usage a couple of times. You have a 5 hours windows of usage. I ran out of that a couple of times. And at some point, Codex stopped me and said, you have to wait now. You cannot just keep going. Just wait. And then, when you get usage again, you restart the process. Okay, you were here, keep working, right? So it keeps working. But it was a very long task. If I have to do many of those, and maybe I'm working on several projects, I'm juggling 3-4 projects doing the same thing over and over, I need a very generous allowance. So we're going to discuss that as we get through the workshop. So why we need it, I don't think I have to convince you. I think one of the most underestimated advantages of using this AI agent is for reproducibility. So one thing we tend to do as economists is that we think about reproducibility and replicability towards the end of the process, right? So it's like, okay, now I have to submit, I need to do the replication package, right? And then you rush into, you have to rewrite your code, and because you have hard-coded all the paths of your data, so you have to rewrite in such a way that it will work on the machine of the data editor of the papers. It's always a mess, right? Using AI agent will allow you to be able to keep your project up to date every time you make a change, right? So you can have a process that says something like, every time I change my code, update the figures in the paper, right? So I'm going to produce new figures, just update the figures in the paper. Or whenever I change the model, I'm writing in the code and then estimating, update the draft of the paper with the new model, etc. Right? So if I find new results, please add them to the draft. So you can create a system that will allow you to keep your project always at the replication level. Yeah.
When I ask to committing Git, it asks me whether I want to overwrite either the README file or something else. But if I don't want to overwrite, how can I keep track of the changes even though I'm overwriting the file indeed? Did I?
With Git, you do not overwrite. So when you do a commit, you're not overwriting a file. You're creating a new copy of the entire repository with all that incorporates all the changes you made, but you don't lose the previous version. The previous version is still there.
Still there.
Yeah. So we're gonna talk about GitHub.
Want me to do that, so I.
No, that's the beauty of it, actually. You know, it's a version control system, so it allows you to keep all the versions after every small change you have made, right? So that's the beauty of it. You can always go back to what did I do? What did I do 2 weeks ago? I don't remember. I liked it better than whatever I have now. Let me go back. You always have it.
Since in the line guides, you wrote to open a README, my own README file.
Mhm.
I thought I had to rewrite in that file, not necessarily.
No.
When I write commit, it creates a new.
So if it was saved in a GitHub repository and you make some changes, then you commit those changes, you still have the two versions, the one before and the one after. So you're keeping track of both the versions.
Okay.
And all the versions after that and all the versions before that. But we'll talk about it. Okay, so what we're going to try to do in the workshop is build what I call a research harness. So harness is all this additional information, additional tools, specialized instructions that you create for your AI agents to be able to do their job in a good way, okay? In a good way to be defined. So the repository I created, don't touch it. I'm gonna tell you when you can download it, okay? Creates kind of a project template for you that you can use for other projects. And we're gonna go step by step in building this harness. Okay, this harness will be comprised of several different tools that you can endow your AI agent with. But again, your role will be, again, the role of a principal investigator managing a very large group of research assistants. And then you're gonna need some way to do onboarding of new research assistants, right? So what are the minimal instructions that they need to know in order to be able to work on this project? What are the files? Where are the data? Where is the paper? What folder I should not touch as a research assistant, right? Where are the private data that should never be, revealed to the public, etc. So where is the confidential stuff? Where are the passwords for all our data services? Okay, again, I will need some form of onboarding, and then I will need tools for this research assistants in order to be able to work. Okay, so I need to give them data. I need to give them instruction about how to use data, etc. Right. Yeah, I don't know who's calling me. Okay, so let me start by showing you the interface of one coding agent. I understand from Alessia, many of you will have access to Codex. Am I right? So I'm going to show you Codex. Everyone else has the same, more or less, interface with some little differences. And then it becomes a bit of what your taste is in using different tools. You may want to choose one or the other. If you have it included in your ChatGPT Edu, I think Codex would be the right way to start. So let me show you how Codex looks like. Okay, so that's the interface. What you can notice is there is a window here where it looks like a ChatGPT window where I'm going to write my prompts. That's where I'm going to give instructions to Codex to do stuff. What do I have in this window here is several buttons, several menus. So what are they for? What are they for? So first thing is here, I can select the model I want to use, right? I'm not allowed to choose very old models. At the moment, I can choose only between GPT 5.5 and GPT 5.4. The other thing I can choose is how smart the model is, the reasoning level. How smart it is like, it's not a very technical way to explain it. Let's say how smart it is, okay? So the higher, the better, but it will be more expensive. Just so we understand each other. And the better model, of course, is more expensive than the previous version. And you can choose also the speed. Sorry?
Is it also slower? Expensive in terms of.
Not necessarily, but it will behave differently. Yeah. So it depends on the task, but you may notice some tasks are easier for the newest model than for older model. Or sometimes it's vice versa. It really depends. Sometimes it's vice versa. So the newest model may think longer and think about a lot of possibility, a lot of edge cases before giving you an answer. Yeah. So not necessarily cheaper. Yeah. They tend to be more expensive. Sorry.
How does the model compare with the research? So GPT 5.4 extra high, is it better or worse than GPT 5.5 low?
I don't have an answer to that. I don't know. You will have to evaluate. So you can say that on specific tasks, if you evaluate them systematically, that's what typically AI labs will do, and they will give you benchmark statistics about specific tasks. So they have benchmark for coding, for mathematics, for other logical tasks. There are a lot of benchmarks, right? You will have to evaluate them. Typically, the newest model tend to be better in these dimensions. Possibly not all of them, but most of them.
In terms of cost of the reasoning increases more.
It goes up.
Model.
Yes, ceteris paribus, it goes up. But again, so it's not obvious. It's going to be more expensive for a task, because the newest model might be smarter and can do the task with less tokens, or it might be thinking about edge cases and take more tokens to answer your question, but the result will be better. So again, the comparison is very difficult. All right. So that's why there are these benchmarks, and you need to evaluate them on very specific tasks, right? And always evaluate the model on the same task, and then you can make a case that they are better or worse.
So you should study your like most recent ones are the beta versions that to be improved, so that I do something today, perhaps in 2 weeks, the result is different, or.
You mean if they keep training the model while you're?
So should
I mean, again, I don't think I have an answer for that. There are some labs that do that, and some labs that will release a version and will keep that version. But what they will work on is on extra features around the model. So look, in Codex, the model is like 10% of the deal. Then everything else around the model is what makes the magic happen. Okay? So they have created additional stuff that allows you to do coding in particular very efficiently, very productively, and but it's all this extra stuff that matters. The model, the model per se is not all there is. Okay, so again, typically newest model tend to have a higher cost per million tokens. Again, will it cost more to do a specific task or not? Will it cost more with high effort or extra high for the previous model versus this one in the low? Will it be better? Will it be worse? I don't think there is an answer, like a always valid answer for that. You will need to test. You will need to evaluate.
It's usually to provide this is not a stable system. And we don't know when we are going to converge.
I don't know what converge means in this.
For example, if the answer is the true answer or just an approximation.
Right.
This is, for example, we affect the cost speed to the week.
Right. In terms of hallucination, what we know is that with the newest model, the percentage of hallucinations tends to go down, but it goes down linearly. It's very slow. While the progress of this model in many other aspects is much faster than linear, it tends to be linear in terms of reducing hallucination. So that's still a big problem. And I'm not sure they have figured it out completely. It's inherent in the way in which they work. So, you know, but newest model on average tend to have fewer hallucination. But it's not usually a huge improvement from the previous version. So the other thing you can choose is speed, right? So how fast you're gonna get the answer. Fast means also there might not be a lot of thinking, or you know, the level of thinking might not be as sophisticated, and it's gonna cost much more. That definitely is gonna cost more. The other thing you can choose here is so there is this plus thing here. Here you can use it for uploading files. And then you can set your coding agent into plan mode. That's where instead of just executing whatever you ask to do, the agent first is gonna concoct a plan, right? It's gonna first propose you a plan of execution, and then it's gonna ask you, should I do it or not? Do you want to change it? You know, how you're gonna change it? And then once you have a plan, the agent can execute, right? So that's something that you want to do if you know you're starting a project, for example, or you are doing a big change. It's not something that you will do day to day, you know, if you're doing small changes to your work. But if you're starting something new, definitely you want to plan ahead. Right? So that's one thing you want to do. This goal, I'm going to talk about it later. And then you can add other things, plugins. I'm going to talk about it later. You can even add a chat, a previous chat that you had regarding some other task that you assigned the coding agent, etc. And then you have another menu here that tells you how much you're gonna be trusting your coding agents on your machine. Okay, my recommendation. So you can give your coding agent full access to your machine, and it's gonna be able to do anything, including deleting stuff that you don't want to be deleted just because he thought it was a good idea. Okay, I will not recommend that unless you are extremely safety conscious and you have designed your safety rules very well. In general, I will not recommend it anyway because it's a very risky strategy. Okay, but there are people that do it. Okay, so for example, I have full access. I have put it at full access. He can do whatever he wants on my machine. The standard option will be ask for approval. Whenever the agent wants to do something that modifies things on your computer or changes settings or whatever, you will have to ask for permission and you will have to say yes. Okay, so that's the safest option. Yeah.
It's not a project that usually you have a folder and then you
Yeah.
say enter into this folder. And
Right.
these options are within that folder or is it on the computer?
No, this is on Codex. It's not in the folder. This is on Codex. Is you're selecting options for Codex to work on that folder. Okay, so the menu, the level of permissions. So the level, you know, it's not limited on acting on that folder only. It can just access anything on your machine. So by default, it will first check on your folder. But if you say something like, I have this file somewhere on my machine, you know, check on Dropbox, whatever, he will do it, even if it's not the folder that you are. If he has access, he will do it. Okay, so that's the risk.
Okay, sorry, so you cannot set borders. So whenever you say ask for approval of full access,
Yep.
if you allow the agent to do things, it will do whatever you want.
Not whatever he wants, whatever he thinks he should do to accomplish the task.
But
Yeah,
once you be allowed, you can get full access to my machine.
yes.
But there's no.
He has access to your machine. he has full access to your machine. The only thing you are deciding is if he needs to ask for permission to, let's say, delete files, create new files, modify files, etc. Access internet, etc.
There's
Yes.
no way to set orders for sandbox.
You can send, you can use sandboxes. Yes, you can do that. Yeah. But again, so in a sandbox, it will be safe. Still, you know, for some things you want to act without the sandbox. Let me put it this way. And then you are taking a risk. You can create a list of allowed commands, for example. So if he has to execute some Stata code, I mean, most likely there's not a lot of danger, but if he needs to execute command on the terminal that can potentially be deleting stuff, you may want to be, you want to take it safe. You had your
Yeah, just I wanted to ask, do they have sudo access or just a regular user access?
If you have an admin, if you are logged in with an admin access, they have sudo access. Yes. If you are if it is a computer that the university gave to you and you're not an admin of that computer, no. So for example, they will not be able to access some folder and they will tell you, look, I cannot access. If you're telling me to do something on this folder, I cannot do it. So for example, settings, etc. They might have trouble doing configuration. So what they will do is they will try to go around it, right? So what they're gonna say is something like, I cannot access that folder that you asked me where the configuration is, so you asked me to change it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create temporary configuration file somewhere else, and I'm gonna point the code to that. Which again, it's also this. But you know, they try to help. That's the thing. They don't understand the concept of being super safe. I think, you know, you want to impose some safety understanding, but it's not always perfect. What do I have on the sidebar? On the sidebar, I have the list of all the interactions I had with Codex. And in my case, I have it divided by projects. So for every project, I will have many interactions, you see. This is, each one of these items here is, I ask Codex to do something for me. I'll show you another thing which is interesting, which is the menu down here. So this is, this tells you in which folder you're working. If that folder is also a GitHub repository, it will give you additional information about it. In particular, it will tell you on which branch of that repository you are working on. I'm going to discuss GitHub in a second. So I'll tell you what a branch is. For the moment, think about this is where different version of my project live as I'm trying to do some changes. And then you can decide if you want to work on your machine, so locally, or if it is a GitHub repository, typically you can work on the cloud. So instead of Codex running on your machine, it will be creating a virtual machine on a server, installing whatever it needs to install to run your project, and then make the changes there. And then when he finishes, it's gonna say, yeah, I finished, you know, this is what I've done. So that's a good option if you have limited hardware, right? And it's a very good option, especially if you try to work on several projects at the same time, which you will do after today. If you have not done it before, you will be working with your phone probably on 3-4 projects with Codex, switching from one to the other, you know, on the beach with the mojito, things like that. All right, that's the dream. That's the dream. That's the dream after today. Yeah.
Oltre a GitHub nel corso di Aduano, sarebbe a medio account because I didn't set up the Codex.
Probably you have not connected the Codex with GitHub. There is a connector. We can try and do it. So there is a connector that will allow you to use your GitHub account and much easily with codecs. If you have not done the connection, it's not going to work. Also, if you want to run your project on the cloud, you need to set up what codecs call an environment. Again, this is software designed for software developers. We may work with environments depending if you use Python, for example, or some other programming languages. But depending on the type of work you do, an environment doesn't make sense as a concept, right? But still, codecs will ask you to create an environment before you can run stuff on the cloud. Okay, so again, we can see the details of that. Mostly we're going to work locally today, so just yeah.
The VS Code, so the option of codecs in VS Code are the same as using codecs directly.
So you have a VS Code with an extension for codecs. Yeah, you can do that. It will not be the same. No, it's not the same. So this app, or even the terminal version of codecs, they have additional features that will not be in the VS Code extension. It's a good substitute because you're working at the same time, you're able to see the code. But codecs has been designed, this is a quite heavy app. Okay, so the extension will not contain all this extra stuff they put in codecs. Right?
And then you can control, for example, this GitHub connection through the VS Code.
Yes. So that's the next thing I wanted to mention. There is a way to see the code, right, that this codecs produces, but it has not been designed for that. Okay, so the idea that these guys have in AI Lab is that you're not going to look at the code ever again. Okay, what you're going to be doing is creating a system that actually creates code, verifies the code, accepts the changes. That's it in an automated way. You're just there to build this system, but you never look at the code. So that's their philosophy. And that's where they are aiming to go. And in some cases, they are almost there. Let me put it this way. But I will say, for us as economists, we always want to see things, especially if we use this to draft, for example, the article, we want to read it, we want to modify it, right? So you can see your files somewhere in Codex by clicking on this other sidebar on the right. And then going on files, you can see like a file explorer, and you can check your files, right? I can see the file here is not too big. Right, so I have this file, it says something, I cannot modify it, I cannot do anything here. It's terrible. So my recommendation is in parallel with Codex, you may want to have, an extra app, software, whatever, to read the code that is open, and all the time there is a change that you want to check that has been produced by Codex, you can check it. So that's the role of this. So let me do it again. So you have an icon here, right? This icon allows you to decide where you can open this folder, with which software you can open this folder to see the code. Okay, so you can open it, for example, with Visual Studio Code that I expect everybody has installed, or with any other appropriate app that can allow you to see the files. Okay, so let me open it with Visual Studio Code, for example. Okay, so this will open that folder that lives on my computer on Visual Studio Code. All right, so Visual Studio Code, it's like any other code editor you have used. So if you use Stata, if you use MATLAB, if you use any other type of code editor, it will look more or less the same. So let me close this. Okay. Oh God, I have too many extensions. On the left-hand side, you have you can see what is in the folder, right? So you can choose the files that you want to see, and whenever I've decided I want to check, for example, I don't know what I want to see, this file here, I'm going to click on it, and I see it in this other window. Okay, and then I have other features, like I have access to the terminal of my computer from here, terminal. and I can execute commands on the terminal. Depending on it, I can install extensions that will allow me, for example, to execute Python code, sometimes data, sometimes MATLAB code. You know, I can install the codex extension and work directly on Visual Studio Code, but again, it will not be exactly the same experience. But it's a code editor, right? So now I can see the code. This is not really code, this is text. But let's say if I wanna modify it, I just go there and modify it, right? That's the way in which you are used to work. You have a file, you have to modify, you write stuff. Okay, so this is good to see whatever codex has been producing for you. So I recommend try to go back and forth if you're at the stage in which you don't trust your AI agents so much. Okay. Sorry? Cursor is, so what Cursor did is basically they took VS Code, they add an AI agent into it, and now that is fully integrated, okay? So they've built the VS Code app into an AI coding agent environment. So it's, it looks very similar. So let me put it this way. This is Cursor. It looks exactly the same, right? Now, the difference is this, the agent window that looks like Codex. Let me maybe do this. It looks like Codex, all right? And even in the editor window, you have an agent. So you can write, you know, you can write instruction here for your agent. The beauty of Cursor, in my view, is, so it's very good for coding. It's a little bit expensive. So with the $20 account, you don't get as much as Codex, and you get, I want to say, almost as much as Claude Code if you use the same models. But the beauty of it is that you can choose the model. So you can choose among different providers. For example, I can choose to use Anthropic models or maybe OpenAI models. And I can choose Grok, and I can choose Gemini, and I can choose some open source one. Kimi is an open source model.
That's exactly what VS Code is doing. So if you install code for codecs, then you have your codecs app, and then you can shop and use them.
But it's not the same as the Codex app. So the Visual, so in Visual Studio Code, if you have the extension Codex, that extension is not working as the Codex app. This is what I'm saying. It's not exactly the same.
Can I rephrase the question? We also.
Okay, maybe I'm not understanding.
West Code, that's slightly, you know, accessible, because if I use West Code instead of code, that's the very choose, what am I using? Or what you say, I mean, super code.
I'm not sure exactly what you're losing. So what I'm referring is something that I've read, that the extension doesn't have all the extra stuff they put in the Codex app. So that's what you're losing. And again, which exactly extra stuff you're losing, I'm not really sure. I can find out. So let me find it out. But it's a good start, you know. It's not that it's gonna be terrible. This way. Yeah, I agree. So I usually I prefer using Cursor usually, but I've recently switched a lot of work to Codex because it's, I mean, no, it's cheaper in the sense you have more usage for whatever you want to do. Yes.
That's what I'm already on. So
Okay.
what is Visual Studio Code for? It just for C?
Visual Studio Code is a code editor, right? So it's the way in which you will be, you know, seeing files, right, and modifying them if you were working manually on them, right? Sorry?
Why don't I just open the original Stata code? So
If you want to use the Stata code editor, yeah, that's fine too. Yeah. You need a way to see the code, right? You can see other type of files too. For example, here I can open tech files, I can open markdown files, and most of what we're gonna do is markdown files, by the way. I can open configuration files. For example, Codex has configuration files that are text files in format TOML. I cannot open them in Stata. I can open them in Visual Studio Code though.
The
So-
idea would be that it's useful to have an integrated thing where you want to open all these different files and different types, and work kind of.
Yeah, so it's useful to see the files that are in your folder, and if you want to modify them manually, Stata Idle will not do that. The other thing is the Stata app will not be integrated with your coding agent, right? While instead there is a way to integrate the coding agent with Visual Studio Code with extensions, and we're gonna discuss how we can integrate Stata. If I want to execute Stata code, that's a different problem. If I want to edit Stata code, I can do it here or in Stata. But if I want to execute Stata code, I have to do it with Stata. There's no way out, right? So if I want to use coding agents that are able to create Stata code and run it and test it, I will need to have a bridge between Codex and Stata. And we're going to discuss how to do that. Yeah.
So, what about the command line interface? Is it
Great.
similar functionality to the Codex app, or?
It is, yes.
Okay.
Yes. And it's
The
lightweight.
interface is different, but.
It is lightweight. I mean, the interface makes it very easy to use. And for example, there are things like automations. You click a button, you create something that runs every day at the same time, right? In the terminal CLI version, you would have to create a configuration file and this kind. So for beginners,
Yeah.
I think this is better.
Yeah.
Now in Visual Studio Code, again, I'm not really sure what you're missing, but since it is an extension, it does not contain all the hardness that they've built around the Codex CLI and the Codex app. This is what I understand. Exactly what you're missing, I'm not really sure. Okay, so we need to speed up, guys. Okay, so let's try and do some stuff. Okay, now remember the analogy with the research assistant. Okay, so I'm getting a new research assistant which is called Codex. What do they need to know? Basic things that they need to know. Well, most likely they need to know what not to do. That's very important, right? Don't delete this data folder. Probably that's a good instruction. Okay.
Sorry, what do you mean? What data folder? What do you mean?
Okay. So let's say I have a new research assistant, right? And I'm integrating them into my project. I will need to give them some instructions, and that's the first thing probably should be what they should not be doing. Okay. So among things that they should not be doing is do not delete the data. Right? So I have the data. Oh, sorry. Delete the data. So don't delete the data, right? So the data in this folder. Don't delete this folder. That's an instruction I'm going to give to my research assistant. Then I'm going to tell them, look, I work with Stata. You should work with Stata because if you write things in Python, I have no idea how to check it, right? And what else? So that you can give like an orientation in the repository where the project is. So there is this folder that is data, and then I have a subfolder that is raw data, and I have another one that is confidential data. Confidential data, you should not look into it. They are confidential. You just look at the ones that are already pre-worked and they are anonymized. So that's in the data/anonymized data, whatever. Okay. So I need to kind of give some instructions to my research assistant about how the project works. So how do I do that with agents? I create a file that is called agentsmd. Agentsmd is a standard that has been agreed by many companies, apart from Anthropic. Anthropic has the same thing that is called Claude.md. Okay, so I don't know, they like the name Claude. But agentsmd works for all the coding agent, Codex, Cursor, Open Code, whatever. They all accepted, Gemini works this way. They all accepted this standard. So again, the idea is this is the first thing that the agent is gonna see. Each AI agent, before even reading the prompt that you're giving, will read this file. If it is there, it will read that. That's kind of the meta instructions for the project. Okay, what do you put, if you're an economist, what do you put in that? Well, things not to do, definitely, constraints on what the agent can do. You can put a very short idea of the research question you're trying to answer in your paper, a repository map, how the project has been designed in terms of subfolders, where the data are, so that he has an idea where things are and where to look for them. You also can give information about what the AI agent can access with different modalities, right? So as I was mentioning, these agents can read files, modify files, create new files. In some folders, you just want them to read, right? In the raw data folder where I have my raw data, or the confidential data folder, you don't want to give them access. The raw data that are already anonymized, from where you start doing your analysis, and you create new Excel files or new DTA files if you work with data, where you have manipulated the data in some way and built new variables. Well, to that they can have access, but maybe just read access. They cannot modify that file. That's the raw data. I'm gonna keep that the way it is. And for other folders, you may give permission to modify things, okay? So you give this kind of instructions and you incorporate this all into this agents.md. .md means it's a markdown file. What is a markdown file? It's a fancy way to say it's a text file with some formatting, okay? It looks a little bit weird at the beginning. Again, most of the time, you're not going to be creating this yourself. You're just going to be editing them and reading them. But, just to be aware of it, it looks like a text file with some strange characters. I'm going to show you one in a sec.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Codex to create the agents.md.
You can, yes.
I have to create it by myself from
The general advice I will give you is ask your coding agent to do it for you, and then you check, you modify, or you ask for modifications. But you need to give precise instructions on what goes there.
And
okay?
you're going to give me to give us those.
Yeah, we're gonna do an exercise now to create an agent file. Okay, so now, before doing the exercise, we're gonna get the repository from GitHub. Okay, so this is what you're gonna do. Listen carefully. Don't clone anything. If you're familiar with that, don't clone anything. Okay. If you're not familiar, follow my instructions. Okay. So if you can go to this this repository is I cannot make this bigger. I have it in the slide, so let me put it here. There you go. This is the website where the repository lives. github.com/meleantonio/AC4E. I can write it here, right? So when you are there, okay. I'm not used to this anymore. Yeah, got it. Okay, so this is the repository. So if you are there, where is the? Here we go. If you're there, make it smaller. Okay. If you're there, you're gonna see something here that says fork. Okay. Click that. Click the button. If I click on it, click fork. It's gonna say create a new fork. What this is doing is it's creating a copy of this repository on your GitHub account. Okay, great. Then, yeah,
In your GitHub or no?
in your GitHub, in my GitHub, sorry. In this, at this address. Okay, click fork. Everybody forked? Yes? Okay, now, if you go to your account, to your GitHub account, you should see there is a copy of this repository there, right? Okay. Sorry? Copy the main branch only, yes. Yeah, use the default. Yeah? Okay, so now you have a copy of this repository on your GitHub account. It's still not on your computer, okay? So we're gonna bring it to your computer. Yeah. Yeah, it's here. The button, you mean, this one. Can you find it? It's on the top, on the right. Okay, so now go to your repository on your account. Yeah. So it will look something like this. Okay. There is a green button. Is it green for everybody? I hope so. Code. Click on this little menu thingy. Go to local. Okay. And then we're gonna go to HTTPS. That's the easiest way to do it, I think. It's not the safest, but the easiest. We're gonna click on this icon that says copy to clipboard, right? So if I go on top of it, it says copy to clipboard. Okay, let's do it. If I click on it, I've copied. Now we have Visual Studio Code, right? Oh, sorry. I should close this. Let me open a new window. If it is the first time you're opening Visual Studio Code, it will look something like this. Yeah. And maybe make it bigger. Okay. If not, go to File and click on Open a New Window. If it doesn't look like this, go to File and New Window. And it should look something similar, okay? Close enough. But you should have this thing, clone Git repository. You don't?
Yeah.
Who doesn't have it? Who doesn't see it? Okay, just 1 second. Yes. So now we click on clone Git repository. Hello. We click on clone Git repository and kind of a window up here will appear that says clone from GitHub, and there is a space to paste whatever you have copied. Right. So let me do that. Okay. And then enter. I'm not going to do it because I already have it. So that will download it on your computer. It will ask you where to put it. Right. So choose where to put it.
Where?
I don't know.
It's the same directory where I downloaded my Git.
No. Wherever you want. That is going to be like a new project for you. Sorry? The folder will be created automatically. Just tell them in which mega directory it should be. Should it be in documents, or you maybe have research account, a research folder. No match. So, yeah. Magari non era già sincronizzato.
We answer yes, right?
Yes, then you're gonna be asked, do you want to open the repository? Yes. And it's gonna be open, okay? Cool, okay. So. Great. Baby steps, guys, baby steps. Let me get to where I had it open here. Okay. So now in this repository, you have a lot of stuff, and most likely you're not going to have time for everything. But what I want you to focus your attention for the moment is go down, 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 down here. If you have opened it, you should see this on the sidebar. You should see like a Explorer, File Explorer, right? If you cannot see it, raise your hand. Can you see this sidebar with the File Explorer? Yeah? Okay, go down. There is a file that is called agents.md. The capital letters are important, okay? That's the way in which your agent will understand this is the agents.md, okay? And if you click on it, you can see what it's in this agents.md file. As I was saying, this is a markdown file. So there are strange characters somewhere for formatting. So this hash, only one hash means this is like the title of the document. 2 hashes means this is a section. 3 hashes a subsection, etc. And then you have other formatting standards for the markdown. You will learn by doing, don't worry too much about it. But it's a text file, it's just text, literally just text, okay? So, yeah. Sorry?
The new agents of that.
It doesn't appear, but you have to open this one, not a new one. Just click on this one and see this one. No, it doesn't. Let's see. You're in a different world. Okay, so Alex.
Yeah, that is for comments and the other, but if you use Claude.
Use Claude, you need a file that is called claude.md. So let me show you how you can efficiently do this, right? So you can create a new file. Okay, to create new files, here on the name of the folder, there is like an icon here. This is create a new file. I'm gonna create a new file that is called claude.md. Okay, so now I have agentsmd, a claude.md. So if I'm working with Claude code, Claude code will look for this file. So what I'm gonna say is read agents.md. That's it. That's my Claude.md. And this is to punish Anthropic for being stubborn and not using the same standards. Ah, come on. Okay. All right. Okay, so that's my Claude.md. You don't need to do it. Don't worry. It's not urgent. Let me just look at agentsmd. What is in this agentsmd file that I've just opened? As I was mentioning, this is like a very high level view of the instruction I will give to my coding agent. So first part says something like what the project is about. This is a participant-facing repository for the Padua 5-hour version of agentic coding for economies. There is information about how I cooked it up. Okay, I can delete this probably. It's not particularly useful. The agents do not need to know where I took the inspiration, right? Then scope rules. So what this is saying is giving instruction to the agents on how to build up this repository. So when I started, again, I was taking material from different courses I taught and assembling it through my AI agent. So basically, this is saying, do not add these folders that are in the other repositories. We don't need them. Do not add any private data, raw confidential data. So I'm kind of giving rules to my AI agents on how to behave, right? So they have to make, for example, small changes. This is what this is saying. Make small changes. Do not do like hours and hours of work. And do not append information to this file unless I ask you to. And then I have information about how the workshop looks like. And then I have information about what are the important parts that the agents should know about. So where are the main files in this repository that you participants will be using? So there is a start here file that gives you an idea of how the repository works. There is a schedule. There is a guide. Okay, it is a full kind of textbook on this course. Then there are several folders. So I'm giving a map of how the repository looks like. And then I have further things, what is the agent workflow? So this is the way in which I suggest the agent to work. Read this file first, right? README, start here, schedule, and the issue, the task, whatever. And then make the smallest coherent change for that issue. So smallest coherent change is going in the direction of, I don't want to spend a lot of money, right? So do it in a concise, efficient way, the smallest change that match the aim of the task. And then there are other additional things to work with GitHub. Research boundary. The agent can draft, inspect, transform, test, and review bounded artifacts. The human owns the research question, identification argument, data access right, confidentiality decision, interpretation of result, and final claims. So this is actually, I will add a few things here. So this has been created using Codex, but I will add a few things. One is that whenever you are tempted to give me identification decisions, refrain from that, just give me the facts. So why you think this identification strategy is okay, but don't tell me this identification strategy is okay. So give me evidence, don't give me a judgment. The judgment is for me, all right? So, but here I have very high level instructions for my agent. I'm not telling them, do this, do that, do this regression, write the model, whatever. I'm just giving them meta instructions on how we're going to work on this project. Okay, so that's what Agents MD is for, meta instructions. There was a hand raised somewhere. Yeah.
And the warning of not giving judgment, where do we have to put it? Does it make a difference if I put it in one section instead of the other? Or that is only a way of going just for you?
So sections are helpful to organize,
Yes.
hierarchies of instructions. So there is not like a recipe to design these things, but think of it again as if you are instructing your own research assistants, where will you put it? That's the thing, right? So,
But for instance, when you made agent workflow, and you made an order, 1, 2, 3, and so on. Does that order influence the way the agent works?
Yes,
And so
that will affect. So this is the first thing they read. It's kind of a before your prompt, they read this. Yes.
Andrea, those are local good practice, not local
Yeah.
because it's for your data, but for the work of today. To make them global, but this seems to be reasonable.
Right.
It's possible to write generally for
Yes.
any project
So-
that we have, and then
Everything we're gonna do today, we're gonna do it at a project level. And this is my suggestion, always start at the project level. So we create an agency that is, for this project. Because we're gonna have some idiosyncrasies related to this project. But all this can be done at a user level. So if I wanna use the same instructions for all the projects I'm gonna be working on, I can save it on my computer in a specific route. Again, we can discuss where that is. It's in the guide if you wanna go ahead and read it. But I can save it for all my projects. Now, you will need to be much more meta than this. This is kind of the way I want to work on this project. But let's say I have a project in which I'm creating material for a course. I mean, the instruction will be different, right? So the agents and at the user level needs to be more, I want to say metaphysical, but kind of, very, very abstract in some sense. Do not delete files unless I tell you to. Things like that, right? While for the project, I can be more precise. So I always suggest start from the project, build everything that you need, agents and DM, and the rest that we're gonna do in the project. And then maybe you figure out, well, this will be helpful for many other person. Maybe I wanna, have it available to me locally for every other project. Just an additional thing. Now, if you work with co-authors, the only way to share this, the way to share this would be through a shared repository, okay? So GitHub is the way in which I will go because it allows us to do other things with AI agent, but same thing with Dropbox, Google Drive. You will need to have these files shared across co-authors, okay? For the same project. So if you have it saved on your machine at a user level, I mean, you can send it, right? That defines the tool. So you will need to have it at the project level. So again, that's why a project level is always the starting point. Yes.
So there is agentic AI can be reconciled with what we said this morning. Every, for example, the rest of Parla can say, okay, you have to create every time you get a project, an agent, and you have to write the instruction how to comply with the
Right. So for example, yeah, you can incorporate those guidelines, right?
It stays in your project, compliant with the guideline or with the regulation of, for example, European regulations.
So
yes,
And then you can also, you can also show, you can use this in the verification test. When you send the verification code, they say, okay, I'm following this instruction. And then I'm compliant with this.
again, I will separate the two things. So regarding these guidelines, so you can put a line there that says, we need to follow this guideline with the link. Right. Now, I see one problem with that is that, remember, this is the first thing they read for every prompt. So this will add to the token that you're gonna be using, okay? So the longer, more token you use. So this needs to be concise. So most of the instructions here needs to be like non-negotiable instructions, right? So if you think those guidelines are non-negotiable, well, I will put them there, but be aware that means, the number of token that you use is going to be large. If they are negotiable, possibly, there is a matter of judgment. I think in some of them there is a matter of judgment, right? So you can mention in the agents MD, we have these research guidelines, right? Whenever you are in doubt if something is ethical, allowed, compliant, check these guidelines. Okay, then still you're responsible, right? So if this guy is putting non-anonymized data on a public repository online, probably you're gonna catch it, hopefully. But there are additional safety checks that you can do before, before the agent does something. So you can create additional harness that will check for safety. And one safety check would be, do I comply with these guidelines?
I mean, this is very off topic and maybe we can just talk about it later, but I was wondering if it would be helpful to create a sort of like skills version of the guideline. Where,
yeah.
That we could kind of like share with people who saying like, if you're using protected data, follow this.
I think you want, so there are several options, several schemes for different parts of the guideline, or actually a sub-agent that orchestrates other sub-agents specializing in each one of the parts. This is what I would do, but that would be.
But that would be,
yes,
that would be.
But if you really want to do, follow the guidelines, since there is some judgment involved, you need an agent to think about, right?
Orchestrating.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, we can discuss how that can be done. And if it can be done efficiently, maybe with a not so smart model, maybe, I don't know, a cheap model. Yeah. Okay. Exercise. Now, the exercise is the following. If you have a research project that you want to work on today, what I will ask you to do is open the folder where this research project lives on Visual Studio Code. How do I do that? I go to File, which is somewhere up here. Okay. I create a new window. It's very small. I don't know how to make the text in the file menu bigger, to be honest. So there is an item in File that is called New Window. And if I open a new window, I have a new Visual Studio Code interface, and I can open files by clicking on Open here, right? This guy, Open. All right, that will allow me to search on my computer for the folder, and I can open it there. And then what I wanted to do is try to create an AgentMD folder, AgentMD file on your project. Okay, you can do it in two ways. The first way is you create a new file and you start writing. Okay, I don't want you to do it that way. The way in which I wanted to do it is with Codex, if you are using Codex or anything else. Okay, so I'm going to show you how you do it with Codex. I'm going to create a new chat. Okay, there you go. You can do it. Okay, it's a new chat. And then I'm going to have to open a new project. Sorry. So I'm going to go here in projects. If you haven't used it before, this is going to be empty. There's not going to be anything there. So in project, there is this icon here. Can everybody see this icon on the right of project in this sidebar? Yes. If I click, right. You see two icons.
Or use start.
Okay, because you never done anything with Codex before.
Yeah.
First time.
Yes.
All right.
It's the first time starting.
So usa una cartella esistente. This is what we're gonna do.
Shall I ask you? There it's written what should we build in AC4, and if I would like to put it in another repository and not in that one.
What do you want?
He's asking if you want to open a new chat in that project. But
Okay.
let's see, I would like to edit it in another project.
Okay, so it's asking you when you try new chat, it's asking you.
Directly, it chooses that in your case.
Oh, here. Yeah.
Bhagavan.
So you can choose another folder from here too. Okay. So let me do the first one first. Okay, so in here in project, use an existing folder if this folder exists on your machine. Okay, and then if I click on it, I can choose the folder. Okay, the other way to do it is from this chat window. So here I have the folder in which I'm working, right? I can click on it, and then I can decide to add a new project. Okay, and the same thing will be either start from scratch or use an existing folder. I will use an existing folder. I always use an existing folder. If the folder does not exist, I will create it on the spot. Okay, I think that's better than starting from scratch. Yes. What about clothes? Okay, in clothes, here we go. So this is clothes. I'm gonna go to new session, and then the information about the folder is here. The chat is smaller. You know, this you can see these guys do not care about their customer. It's like super small. You cannot even see it. So the folder is here, is this one. So if I wanna change the folder, I'm gonna click here and open folder. By default, it gives you the list of the latest folders you have been working on, but otherwise open folder is there. All right. So my recommendation is now for you to ask Codex to create an agents.md for your project. Okay. Now, don't just say create an agents.md for my project. Give some instructions. What goes into this agents.md? You have an example in the repository that you just downloaded, the one for the workshop, so you can check what kind of things go there. But in general, make sure the file is short, it's concise, so that should be part of the prompt. Make sure that there is some information about the things that you don't want agents to do. There is information about the structure of the repository, where the files are and what each folder contains. If there is some form of initial instructions like a file for replication or something like that, that is already there, you may want to mention that in the agents.md, etc. You may also explain, the agents.md file for a research project would be also having some form of description of what the research is about, right? Kind of 1-2 line, one sentence, maybe two about the project. You don't have things that you don't have to put into this is how you're going to do things, but you may want to put instruction about which programming language we're going to use. Do we use Stata? Do we use Python? Do we use R? Do we use a mix? Right? Instruction about the tech that you're going to use. If you use LaTeX for writing your article, put that there. If you use Word, put that there. Right? So the agent needs to know all this information beforehand. Otherwise, it will default to whatever he likes. Right? So typically for coding, it will be Python. If he has to analyze data, he will use Python by default. And if he has to write some content, he will use Markdown by default. See? So for example, I have this colleague that uses what is called Quarto Markdown, which is the most sophisticated version of Markdown. And it's very easy then to deploy on website. I think statistician loves it, right? Yeah. Data science, statistics, they love it. Economists, not yet, but they will. But he needs to put this in the agents.md, otherwise the default will be a standard Markdown. No? Okay, so I'll give you 10 minutes.
Then you said that either our own project or the exercise will suggest for the
Or you can do it also for the Kruger schedule, yes. But open a new folder for that. So don't do it in this.
What we have to do in this case.
Sorry?
It is a material for the exercise. So just leave that. Fare quali materiali di relations.
nessun materiale.
Ok, soltanto.
Tu devi creare questo investimento, devi dire qual è la ricerca, che software vai a usare per fare analisi, dove sono i dati, ovviamente dovrai inventare tutto di cose, se no
Io stavo per copiare. Stavo per copiare quello che aveva dall'altra parte.
ma deve essere, cioè,
Deve essere personale.
dedicato a quella
Chiaro.
progetto.
Ma mi viene più semplice modificare il piuttosto che crearlo da.
Questo è lo switch.
Sì, ma infatti vi ho detto crea un file di agency dove mettere le istruzioni e lo viene ok, lo metto dove registro io e dentro cosa ci metto.
Esatto.
E allora io stavo proprio per inserisci paste quello che avevo copiato di là e non va
Ok, lui interpreterà come un prompt. Negli basati su
quello è il codex che io essendo ignorante dal punto di vista della programmazione mi è tanto di aggiorno.
certo, esatto. Questo è
Ti metto il file sul testo aggiorno, lo mantenendo questo. Adesso dovrei andare a vedere.
sì, poi puoi vedere invece la studio come si è
Ah,
semplice.
Aspetta,
Quindi aprire quel folder su cui studio.
poi
Io sono
Local. Adesso sei in questa non c'è niente.
Il lavoro di situazione di plastic,
Allora adesso quindi crea un file agents.md per questo file web. Going back. Adesso ti puoi dare, puoi mandare, adesso ti farò oppure la cosa che può fare è dare un'occhiata a quello che c'è e in base a quello si disegna un esito già fatto. Magari fa un domani. Per fare le domande, vediamo. Quindi adesso praticamente questo sta già tutti fa. E poi si crea un disegno. Ma a quel punto tu devi dare un'occhiata, c'è più una possibilità di essere secondo questi qui ci deve essere un inciso, deve essere qui il meta, relational. Non è yes, This is a great version. This is a version. I have it only the channel. I have oh, yes. Definitely. No, no, what you thought was, you're saying about that. If they are being followed, or what you want to do is, you, in the CD, for them, can say, then I want to see the minutes, we can some of you know, really feel especially what are we going to about, times, resolution, legacy, and some pages and well. They should be on the shelves. So this way sounds good. Yeah. Certainly is more efficient and effective now. Many people use the term on the ethical way, but they use the interactive way. The idea of the term is that you launch something and then but there's no difference. It's not one of the very own. I was that way, yeah. This is the first time I do this. We want these to be more. Someone else is which I'm not sure. So I asked sì, la istruzione su cosa vuoi che ci sia, creiamo un file che deve essere ah, se vuoi usare capo ci sono no, noi diventa ormai non mi ha no,
La possibilità di
quello che puoi dire, io di quello come esempio, è una struttura simile. No, non c'è bisogno, se mi dici di andare a vedere il fondo, che cosa si capisce di lavoro? Sì. Se tu mi dici, say writing code for investigation yes and then aside you can say it from you can need to use information that you say right? So you use people
Di solito io apro la finestra. Cioè, basta della
No, no, no. Devi trovare il fondo sono stabilito sempre. Ma la cerca di sì, no, devi fare una cosa così. Andiamo lì. Sono molto confuso, sono questa Oh, sure, sure, sure. Yeah, so dimmi Alessia. Hai creato yes. Yeah. Non so se chiedono oh, se La puoi chiamare? Sì, esatto, faccio vedere però sì, questa informazione che c'è in chat come Okay. Raise your hand if you managed to get something. An agent's MD that seems decent or not so decent, but that you can modify. So it doesn't have to be perfect. So this first lesson doesn't have to be perfect immediately, right? So part of the work that you're gonna do with AI agent is, you keep refining things. So it might not be the first time you get something, a draft, it might not be perfect. So you may need to go through it, find what the problems are, what are things that you want to change, what are things that you want to keep. And then again, you can modify by hand. Again, my recommendation is don't do that. Get into the habit of asking your agent to modify for you with more precise instructions, okay, that explain what you want to get out of it, okay? So get into this habit because, again, when you're on the beach with the mojito and you're juggling 5 projects with your phone, you don't want to be doing anything manually. You have the mojito in your hand, all right?
You don't want to drop it, that's it.
You don't want to drop it. Maybe you have a margarita on the other hand, right? So you cannot really. No, then you have the phone on the other hand. Yeah. Right. So you cannot really do anything. So you need to get into the habit of delegating, and it's hard to discover how to delegate efficiently to your AI agents. Okay, I think we're out of time, unfortunately. So we've done an exercise, so that's great. So let me tell you what comes next. Okay, just before we break for lunch, we have 3 minutes. So we've done this agents.md. Now, another thing, so before going to the project brief, another thing we're going to try to figure out is how I can select information that I want my agents to access as a priority. Okay, so you may know if you have worked with ChatGPT that sometimes you can upload files and then basically whatever you're asking will be focused on that file that you have uploaded. You can do something similar with coding agents, right? So you can specify files that they have to focus on as a priority. It doesn't mean that they cannot access everything else that is in your computer. It means that they're going to start looking into those files first as a priority, and they will focus on those. So there are ways to do that in every coding agent. You can share information with them as a priority set of files, priority set of folders, priority set of previous chats in the same project, outside, in another project. You can share GitHub repository, websites, you can share a lot of information and focus their attention on that specific information. Okay, so we're gonna do it when we come back from lunch. I think we have the lunch break, right? And then we're going to work on building additional tools that we're going to endow our AI agent with that will help them do their work more efficiently. Okay? A good job on the agents.md. That's the first thing. It took longer to the guys in Pavilion. Just so you know. Just so you know. No, don't
Pass the paper.
Thank you.
Quello che puoi fare è se poi se no, ogni volta che fai un file, le istruzioni cioè le esami si quindi normalmente non deve guardare
C'è l'altra volta che ho detto, imita.
che di nuovo è un esempio, non è necessariamente il miglior risultato possibile. Non me lo trovare. Per Kruger. Ah no, aspetta, non è qua. No, ve l'ho messo. Templates. Questo qua mi sa. No, questo è il template. Questo è un altro, diciamo, esempio. One paragraph describing the research question. Tech stack. Repository map. Research convention. Verification command. Vabbè, questo è un po' più avanzato, però normalmente quando scrive code la gente crea dei test, no? Quindi è una buona idea avere già un'idea di dove andranno a finire, siccome io uso Python, è tutto in Python. E questo è per compilare il tech file, quindi per verificare se il tech file compila. E poi una section che dice constraints, prefer agent workflow. Di nuovo, questo è un suggerimento di come puoi strutturare, però questo è anche molto lungo in realtà, cioè, secondo me dovrebbe essere più cortito.
Ok, però comunque l'abbiamo tutto nella repository.
Sì, se vai in templates c'è questo esempio.
Grazie mille.
Ehi,
Io avrei una domanda un po' più generale. Se io vengo di
ok.
non sono molto avanzato, diciamola. Però quello che sto capendo, che la logica generale è invece di avere un do file lungo, tutto, quindi fa tutte le regressioni, tutta il data cleaning, comunque una serie concatenata di do files legati da un unico stampo. L'idea è fare tanti file MD che sono separati per ogni specifico task. Agents è la meta high level instruction, ma poi c'è una sezione, ci sarà una cosa per fare il data cleaning, una cosa per fare le regressioni. Non so,
Non necessariamente, cioè puoi farlo tutto in un file, no? Dipende da come lavori. Per questo dico, dipende da come lavori.
allora
Se per esempio tu lavori in questo modo, che è un solo file che fa tutto, diciamo, e questo è uno di questi constraint che metti nell'agency.
no, ma la cosa,
Tutto va nello stesso
la
file.
cosa che mi sembra aver capito che è meglio fare cose che possono essere anche usate da altri progetti che più sono concise e broken down e individual task è più semplice dopo da riadattare.
Diciamo sì, le cose che vai a creare,
Però
alcune saranno molto specifiche al progetto e altre meno specifiche e magari sono riutilizzabili.
ed è bene separare questi idealmente.
Sì, diciamo, non sono sicuro che separare la parola giusta, però sì, se è riutilizzabile la vuoi avere accessibile per qualsiasi progetto e non solo per questo.
Ma quindi, diciamo, se io che sono un programma giustamente molto rozzo, che uso un file unico,
Sì.
come penso all'equivalente del do file in codex?
Andremo a fare, cioè, tu puoi creare, puoi chiedere al tuo AI agent di creare un do file, no? Le istruzioni che gli dai sono in plain English, ok? Quindi gli dai un prompt, ma il prompt è supportato da tutta una serie di altri documenti che sono documenti di testo che spiegano come vuoi che il do file sia disegnato, per esempio. Tu puoi avere, non so, puoi avere una specifica struttura in mente, per esempio.
Magari vi posso dare il mio file precedente con dei casi questa struttura.
Sì, per esempio, no? Quello che puoi fare è usare quel file precedente come esempio per creare un processo generale che poi può essere riutilizzato in questo progetto, magari anche in altri, che crea il do file con quella struttura.
E comunque deve essere tutto in un file
No, non necessariamente, però Markdown diciamo, è facile da leggere, perché è un file di testo, ma anche un po' di formati, quindi per esempio puoi fare liste, puoi fare checklist, puoi fare...
Quando è tutto pronto e si tratta solo di dirgli i segni, fai anche le remissioni fuori l'output. Lo devo fare come di environment.
No, gli dai un prompt.
Dopo quel prompt.
Sì. Il prompt può essere più o meno dettagliato, diciamo, può essere più o meno dettagliato in base a quanto additional structure files you have created. Quindi il lavoro, diciamo, o è a monte o comunque mentre stai lavorando ti accorgi che delle cose sono cose che ripeterai molte volte, quindi magari crei additional structure. Ti faccio un esempio. Questa collega aveva il seguente problema, aveva bisogno di i dati che erano tabelle in PDF, ok? E aveva 1200, ognuno di 50 pagine. E io non è che mi metto qua a copiare la cartella su Excel a uno, impossibile, pagina per pagina. Quindi ho bisogno che il mio agente faccia sta cosa, no? Ok, questa è una cosa che fai una volta o che pensi che possa servire per altri progetti, perché magari appunto lavori con questo tipo di dati. Io credo che insomma, ci sono altri progetti in cui crea una ricettina che spiega alla gente cosa deve fare. La gente poi scrive. La gente quello che fa è scrive il codice e lo fa. Okay? E tu vai a controllare che l'abbia fatto bene. Però le istruzioni sono parte di questo, diciamo, questo markdown file che è ripetibile, cioè tu ogni volta che devi fare la stessa cosa, devi ridare esattamente la stessa cosa. No, ce l'hai salvato su quel file ed è un prompt ripetibile. Questa è l'idea.
Quindi il prompt dico execute the stack file.
Sì, use this on this file. È come un comando, hai definito un comando, però l'hai definito in inglese o in italiano, anziché dover scrivere 20 linee di stampa. O di quello che- Quindi sì, questa è l'idea. Tu stai praticamente delegando un task di coding spiegandolo in inglese, quello che vuoi ottenere da questo code, no? E lui puoi fare il coding. E l'altra cosa è, adesso noi stiamo lavorando con file scritti, però qui c'è un microfono, no? Se tu guardi il codex, c'è un microfono, tu ci puoi parlare. Molto probabilmente è più facile, no? Quindi sì, ci sono molti colleghi che ti metti là, gli spieghi, poi non devi scrivere nulla e crea file, questo. Quindi non credo che arriveremo a farlo per capire, però l'idea è costruire questi extra file, no, però è che poi il tuo vengono cose automatico eseguire cioè nel senso proprio creare una struttura, come di poi delegando l'esecuzione quindi se tu vuoi con la struttura, immagina che tu stai dicendo, no, devi scrivere fai così, così e così. Questa è la struttura che fai, ci vuole che venga fuori, diciamo, però è un file solo, e un file di stack, un file,
e questi ci fa fare perché mi piace abbastanza. Tu
questo li dici.
faccio tu non puoi fare e se lo fai sei un
Antonio, quante idee si bruciano in questo periodo storico?
Si brucia?
Sì, che non saremo in grado di analizzare perché io sono troppo. Perché cioè, quello che ti sento a vedere, quindi si può fare la stessa cosa che si faceva prima con una quantità di tempo infinita.
Io ho trovato lo spiego con le lezioni, quando sono incasinati, sono trovato il corso in mese, come faccio?
Adesso mi ha fatto un ricordato di 30 ore in 3 lezioni. Cioè, io ho detto
no, però vedi, per esempio, io quello che per me è stato super utile questo semestre passato è stato che io dovevo insegnare 20 ore al dottorato di statistica models, quindi c'è con gente che capivano e dicevano che e quindi volevo essere sicuro delle cose che scrivevo anche sulle slide, quindi io tutte le volte dicevo, mi trovano per accuracy. Sai quanti dalla minima cosa tipo che magari c'era una consistenza della notazione, cioè mi accorgo delle cose effettivamente per cazzo di più. Quindi, oppure vabbè, sempre la solita cosa che io c'è quest'altro formato con data, fatto delle slide che io sto giocando.
Io adesso, ieri sul prego, ho ripreso questo materiale, perché il problema che dicevamo prima, ogni settimana si può fare, quindi si deve aggiornare il corso, quindi separare l'esercizio, Slavi, c'è un sacco di tempo, quindi adesso questa cosa è diciamo automatico, tu riesci a trasferire cose che hai fatto in un corso in un altro corso, magari un caso in un ricordo, una storia differente, eccetera.
Perché non si trova molto, se adesso si sta con società, sono finito. Perché se è sconto.
Allora, gli agenti hanno, dal mio punto di vista, gli agenti hanno bisogno di version control perché, di nuovo, molto spesso le cose che fanno come terroristi, devi avere modo di tornare indietro. E l'altra cosa è che molto spesso fai cose in parallelo, per fare cose a diversi agenti in parallelo sullo stesso progetto, e poi a un certo punto devi mettere insieme. Quello molto facile, perché se no uno si scrive sul tempo, uno sull'altro, quindi devi avere una struttura, un sistema che ti permette di fare. L'unica cosa quel momento di tardo, adesso ci sono varie compagnie. Adesso parliamo di come funziona GitHub, però l'idea è su GitHub tu puoi lavorare sullo stesso materiale in parallelo tantissimi collaboratori. È stato disegnato per
Questo è una serie sopra. Io da adesso lavoriamo sullo stesso file, nello stesso minuto. Se pieno salva, io sono scrivo, faccio perdere il calcolatore.
in Dropbox sì. In GitHub quello che faresti è crei una copia parallela del tuo codice. C'è un tuo codice, tu crei una copia parallela del tuo codice, quello si chiama una branch.
Ok.
Poi fai dei cambi, quando sei contento dici, vabbè, sono contento, c'è poi, stiamo così. Quindi dici, vabbè, il commit è sul tuo computer, dopodiché tu dici, vabbè, lo metto su internet, lo metto su GitHub, lo mandi su GitHub. È ancora parallelo alla versione, diciamo, originale. Questo cambio non è ancora. Quindi se Alessia va su questa branch, trova la versione precedente. E quello che fai adesso è, se sei contento di questo cambio, chiedi ad Alessia, Alessia, se non le va bene, questo si chiama pull request. Alessia lo guarda, fa una review, controlla, dice magari cambia questo, cambia quell'altro, se ne parla, dopo di
Sono sempre l'ore. Cioè, sono l'ore finita perché.
no, non necessariamente, non è vero che sia un uomo, è un collaboratore. Le strutture di come questa cosa funziona in real world sono miriadi, però sì, c'è qualcuno che, cioè lui non si va a accettare il cambio, no? Cioè lui lo propone e qualcun altro lo accetta. Cioè, se c'è più di una persona. E quindi una volta che l'hai accettato, poi questa branch parallela viene accettata nella branch principale e questa è la versione corrente. Ok, quindi ognuno che arriva sul tuo GitHub, se va alla versione corrente, va a questa versione. E poi può nuova branch, può modifiche, però questa possibilità stanno definizioni di modo di non affittare almeno nelle linee principali di tutti i punti poteri. Sì, ma immagina per esempio io Alessia sua agente, poi il tuo agente, altro lavoro, un altro agente, state lavorando su cambi che potrebbero andare sullo stesso file, no? Quindi non potete fare overriding del file, quindi avete tre differenti versioni con differenti cambi. A un certo punto vi dovete mettere d'accordo su cosa aggiungete
cooperativo.
No, cioè, normalmente queste review è una discussione, no? Cosa mettiamo, cosa non mettiamo. E poi a volte queste review, prima di fare la review, il dice, guarda, c'è un conflitto tra la versione di Alessia e la versione tipo. E che facciamo? Quale teniamo? Quale cambiamo? O può fare un'altra cosa completamente diversa? Quindi no, gli agenti sono diversi perché vivono in macchine diverse, quindi non è lo stesso. Non è lo stesso.
Una svelta non ti lancia, non è bravissimo, però c'è una pazienza incredibile. Io non mi posso una quantità.
This is not my first project. Allora, io mi sto specializzando in soluzioni, io mi sono specializzato in segnare.
Proprio generazione canottiera, no? Oggi non l'ho messa. Ieri ero tracci che ho preso volutamente in Italia, costruzione c'erano sempre ma non sono passate dove sono un dare un po'. Vabbè. Ok.
Sì,
E voilà.
Vedi che è scritto agent e questo fare istruzioni io sento che non ho scritto io per sapere certo, senza usare il conto questo sai che avevo chiesto prima senza avere il supplinativo oppure una versione pronta da inserire e questo è la discussione che a me faccio, che interesserà anche per voi tempo. E allora come fa? Il MTV perché so quindi è possibile. Ah no, scusa, poi sono una testa per modificare, quindi io non so, no, c'è anche qualcosa che non mi torna, posso sincero. Cosa che non mi interessa. Lo pensiamo sempre per quanto vabbè, ma se ne parliamo punto e stesse quindi non adesso quando le ho spiegate
e loro giustamente il tecnico, per una selezione loro fanno sempre quando invece effettivamente se voi pensate a un punto di vista economico, non so niente di economia, però c'è insomma di loss partners, qual è il senso che spesso che non pubblicano perché sono pubblicate, perché sono era critica, voglio dire, come parliamo di invece il paradosso è che nella spiaggia di campo sono migliaia
Anche loro è vero, però vedi l'anno scorso che sono tanto
sì, sì, cioè poi non so quando ci sono allora siamo a casa. Sai che adesso a Las Vegas un sembianza umana, adesso siamo stati
Facciamo così. Okay, should we get back to it? All right. So one thing that I wanted to show you is how you can focus the attention of your coding agent to specific files or folders on your repository. Okay, so most of the time, again, we're evolving into a situation in which your agents are pretty much able to figure out from your description of what you want them to do, which file they should be using and how. But sometimes it pays to be more precise and say something like use this file, read this file, or change this file to focus their attention on a specific file. That also allows you to spend less tokens if you are more precise on what the agent should be focusing on. Okay, so how do you do it in Codex, in Cloud Code, in other coding agent? If you wanna cite one file the way in which you do it is you use the hat symbol, the one for the email. And then typically you have to write down the name of the file, right? The file name, say agentsmd, right? And now I'm assuming there is an agentsmd here. It doesn't find it. Here we go. Sorry, it's just down in the list, right? So there are several. So I have to figure out which one is it. This is at the root level, so this is the official one, and the others are examples that I have created for you to practice later. But so that's one way in which I can say choose this file, right? And then when I click on the correct file in this list, where I have like 5 different versions, then it gets highlighted in blue. Okay, so this is saying to my agent, we're going to focus on this file. All right, if I want to focus on a folder, I do the same with hat, and then I write the name of the folder. So in this folder, I have agent harness. I think it doesn't find it. That. It doesn't find it. Not sure. Because maybe this is not the name. Let me find another one. Codex. So this is a fold called codex. Yes, if you look at the icon, he has the folder icon, right? So there is a folder named codex, and there are several folder named codex in different subfolders. So I'll have to figure out which one I'm trying to refer to. This will focus the attention of the agent on a specific folder. So all the files that are in there are priority for this agent. Okay. Now, as I was mentioning, most of the cases I don't really need to do this. The AI agent will be able to figure out which files need to be changed, which files need to be read, etc. But in some situation, I want to be very specific. So that's the way in which you do it. By the way, you can also focus the attention of your agent not only on files or folders, but also on previous chats, for example. So let's say I wanna look at previous chats. Oh, come on. Let me do it again.
Question. I should avoid blank spaces in the name of files.
You should avoid blank spaces. Yeah, that's probably. Yeah, you can use underscore for a space. Yeah. There are different conventions depending on who you talk to. Oh, come on. So I'll try to do it manually. Okay. So let's say I wanna focus the attention of my agent on this chat. Do a. I can write do a. No, it doesn't see it. Do. Never mind. Doesn't want to do it. No, GitHub. Okay, never mind. Doesn't seem to be collaborating. Let me do it in a different way. Okay, you can do it. I'm sure because I've done it before. I don't understand why it's not working, but you can connect previous chats to the material that you want the agent to focus on. So, for example, if you have done a task that is relevant for what you want to do next, you can connect it to another chat. All right. Now, the next thing I want to do, where is it? Where are my slides? There we go. Next thing I want to do is create some additional files that give a little bit more details to my agent about the purpose of the research project and how I plan to do my research project. Okay, so this is more about something like I'm doing a research project on the effect of interest rates on GDP growth. I don't know. This is really stupid. The monetary transmission mechanism of monetary policy. I can explain, what the idea is, what kind of data I'm going to use, what kind of methodology I'm going to use, etc. So this should be kind of a short, or actually a long abstract of what you're planning to do in this research project. Okay, and then I can create also another document in which I explain in more details what the design of this project is. So what is the kind of hypothesis I'm going to be trying to verify? What are the data I'm going to be using? What is the identification strategy for my analysis? Now, why I want to create these files? I want to create these files so that my agents, whenever they are working on my project, they have a reference point if they get lost on the purpose. Okay, so if I give them a very specific task, they still need to take into account what the big picture of the project is, right? And these AI agents are like red fish, they forget things. So you need to have a way to remind them of what we're trying to achieve here, right? So these documents become kind of the reference point whenever they have a doubt about, okay, what kind of identification strategy I'm using, what kind of data I'm using, what methodology, am I using diffindiff or something else? Is this an RCT or not, etc. So that gives a reference for the AI agent to perform each task according to the big picture. Okay. So in the repository that you downloaded from GitHub, there is a folder called templates, and there is an example structure of how you can organize your project brief and the research design. So let me go there. Now, it doesn't have to, so let me put it this way, these are templates, it doesn't have to be that way. It's not like a prescription, but what I'm trying to get you to understand is that you will need some sort of documentation on what the project is about and how you intend to achieve the answer to that question, okay, as a reference point for the agent. The way in which you write it, if the name of the file is my idea or project brief, doesn't really matter, as long as the agent is able to access it whenever they have a doubt about what we are doing. So in this folder templates, if I go to project brief, it's literally a project brief template. So project title, research question, expected contribution, data sources, data confidentiality boundary, method approach, target outputs, etc. Out of scope. And then, so this is something that you can put here or you can put in the agent's MD, but it's a restriction on the files that the agent can access. We have done something in the agent's MD. You can put it here or you can put it there. It doesn't really matter. And then verification, we also put it in the agent's MD in the template. But again, where you put it is not important as long as it's part of the instructions that the agent can always access. Okay, so this is a template for the project brief. For the research design, research design is a little bit more detailed. Okay, so for example, you will have a few seminal contributions. That's my proposal. Put us a few seminal contributions in that line of research. that you think are strongly related to what you're going to be doing. Do you have any hypothesis that you are trying to test? So if you want, your research question could be decomposed in testing this hypothesis, testing this other hypothesis, etc. Data description in much more detail than where the data are. So what are the sources? What are the key variables? Sample, unit of separation. Okay, for every project, you should have kind of a detailed description of your data designed this way. Okay, and again, there are several. So let me do it this way. Actually, it's probably easier to read. Right, there are several variables that are in several fields that are indicated here for your data. Not necessarily these are the right one for your project. It's just an example that gives you an idea of this needs to be detailed. This is very helpful for replication purposes. So again, one of the first things I was saying is that using AI agent is very helpful for replication purposes because they keep your repository up to date with every change you make, right? So the always in some sense replicable as you go through the project. Okay, these documents are kind of anchoring the AI agent's vision about the project, and in particular, this is about the data, but it's a very detailed description of what is going to happen in this project, what is the design of this project, and then details, explanation about identification strategy, what do you expect to get out of it, limitations, robustness exercises. Again, the more precise you are, the better. In many cases, these are not set in stone. These are not documents that you just write at the beginning of the project and then you forget about it. In some cases, you will realize, okay, probably this identification study is crap. I need to change it. That means you need to get back to this document, modify that document, and the AI agent now will refer to the new version. Okay, so for us, for software developers, these documents usually are set in stone in some sense. You discuss the product with the client, what they want, and then you create these files that describe in the minimal details what the feature of the software are, and then you execute, right? So for them, it's different. For us, this could be a living document. We need to update it every now and then. Ideally, not too much, okay? So, and if you have to update it, if you have to change it completely, and you have to make a big change, most likely it's easier to start from scratch, okay?
It's very similar to a template of a pre-registration.
Yeah, okay, yes, exactly. So you will do it anyway, right? So if you are doing pre-registration of your project, definitely you will do something like this. So you can use, you can use it for both purposes. Yeah. But again, the point is these are instructions to my research assistant, but they are very detailed, right? So I'm going to the details of the project.
So what I change is change also the previous file or just for the new one that I will generate? So that the old file is update automatically or
no, you will have to have a system for that. Okay, so automatically nothing happens.
it will happen
So
in the future.
you need to create a structure that so you can create a structure. I will talk about that. There is this thing that is called hooks. Hooks are ways for you to create some form of automation. Hook is something like, if this happens, run this command. Literally, this is again from a software point of view. Now, for us, that means if I modify my the file that runs the estimation, right? The do file that runs the estimation. Well, with the new output results, update the paper. Okay, something like that. So that's an automation. You keep your draft paper always up to date whenever you are running a new regression version. Okay? So you can create these kind of automations also to keep all these documents up to date if you make a change, right? So you can design a system that is triggered every time there is a change. These documents, they're like the meta documents, the Bible documents, as you call them, and you know, consistently all the other related documents that govern how the repo works will be updated. So you can create this structure. But you will need to create the structure, right? Again, you don't do it yourself. You try to automate as much as possible. Again, then you verify and check, but you try to automate as much as possible. All right. So now, exercise for you, create 2 documents for your project. Okay, so on the new project that you have been working on, or the old project that you have been working on, not on the repository you have downloaded from GitHub, another one, create a research brief, sorry, a project brief, which is pretty short and give kind of a overview of the project, and then a research design memo that is more detailed. Again, don't do it by hand. Put Codex or Cloud Code to work on it. Give precise instructions on what you're trying to achieve, what is your idea, what is your intended methodology, where you're going to find the data if you know, otherwise you can ask for suggestions, etc. Saprei come vi rispondi non ho capito perché non solo fatto. Mi conviene aprire un forse perché proprio col file che poi applicativa secondo me sì. E questo adesso vedi le stabili però io avevo quando sono dentro questo c'è il design allora io ero andata qui quello che mi suggerisco andare a scegliere il file style
And then also get So I explained that very briefly what I want to do.
Because there's 6, okay, there's 6
Yeah. It's like that. And that's what you have. Yes, and you have to start finding out, you don't need to bust the data, but you get off the data that you're they know.
things.
Ci sono varie spedizioni, come normalmente ho capito, ma se devi io ho qualche genere, uno che spiega, a te ormai ti guardi quello che ti fa, così sei a voi, del video sociale che ci circonda, un altro che può essere uno style, questo ricercatore, sto facendo c'è un paio di una ricerca che invece c'è tutto il senso di non so se non sta nessuno
So, one, yes. Yeah, actually, I'm writing it from scratch.
No, se mi dai il nome del folder,
ci sono i personaggi che faccio il programma di classe, and in fact, we said the business will be investing much that they use up to the best. There's one example, that was we la vedo del fatto,
Ma la gente non sta in scambio di salute, non sta in scambio non sta
So I guess I'm asking you guys. The video is yeah, because to be honest, yes, but you know what? Yeah, because 2 days ago, cioè sta cosa magari più ci sono delle cose che non sono fatte per questa cosa, per esempio,
non lo so, questi turni la facilità è stata utilizzata solo senza prendere
Tasso di sempre quello da stare di non la sapete fare, dato questo fatto che in realtà
in modo tale che
Adesso è anche mia adesso mi immagino che queste questi file non li devi leggere sempre, se sentivo devi leggere sempre, solo se si Okay, I hope everybody managed to do some progress on this and you managed to get a research description and something a little bit more detail on the design. So now what we're gonna do, this is very fast, so you can do it very, very rapidly, but the idea is, where is the agent MD? I lost it. Okay, so in the agent MD, I gave very broad instructions to my agent, basically saying something like, things that you always have to keep into account. Now, these two files that we have created are description of the project and how we're going to execute it, but they are not something that the agent always needs to read, okay, for every task. What we're going to do is we're going to modify the agents indeed to tell the agent, look, there might not be need for this, but if you are in doubt, here is where the source of truth for you is regarding this project. Source of truth meaning this is the way in which we're doing things, okay? So you can always refer to it if you are in doubt, okay? So that can literally be a line that you add to your agent's MD, not necessarily further down. So you can put it here, for example, and you can write something like, if you are in doubt about the details of the project, refer to a project brief.md and research memo, right? Research design memo. Thank you. Okay. Now, if they are not living in the root of the folder here, you may want to specify the full path. So where, in which, I think it's in templates for us. Yeah, templates project B. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Just let me finish. So this is one way in which you can direct your agents to occasionally look for some information. And since this is very important information, it's a little bit less important, or it's less non-negotiable than agents.md, but it's still very important for whatever the agents are doing. Most likely in the project, when you're giving your agents some tasks, they will kind of know what is happening. Sometimes they don't need to know, in the sense that they don't need to know what the big picture is. If you just say, you need to run a regression that regress variable y on variable x, do they really need to know why you have to do that? They just need to write the code, right? So maybe they don't really need to consult this, but if they are in doubt, they can. Okay, so that's what this line is instructing the agent to do. Okay, and now, of course, I'm doing this with these two files because I think they're very important, and I think every project should have these references, but it could be, you could have additional files that you want to refer to if you are in doubt, right? So that would be the research guidelines, for example. We can put it, we can put it there in some of the sections, maybe the section that give information about things to do and things to not do. Where was that? Research boundary or something else? I don't remember. We had the There's some restriction. Where are the, yeah, this one. So I can put it here and say, you always need to keep good ethical standing. If you are in doubt, check this part. Like this one.
Is big in the center, it's not included.
Say it again.
It's not included, at the place.
No, but this is in the markdown file. I'm not using codecs now, right? Okay, so there was a question back there. Sorry.
Changes the codex or the. Now
Yeah.
you're.
Yeah, there was. Do you really want to spend tokens for this? No, I'm joking. But yes, you're right. So again, you can you can figure out when you have to use codecs and when not. Right. So again, I will not do it for very super small edits. But if you had to have more than one file as if you have use this, maybe you want to do it codecs. Codecs will be able to find all the paths, right? So here we struggle a little bit with the path. So I could have done it with codecs because I spent money. So you need to be aware of that. But definitely, delegate as much as possible to codecs. Okay. Next thing in the agenda, right? We move to the interesting stuff. This was a little bit boring, I know. Let me skip this. Let me talk about agent skills. You may have heard of this also because in ChatGPT and Claude, the chatbot, they have this concept of skills. So what is a skill? The easiest way in which you can think about a skill is a repeatable prompt. It's a recipe for doing something, okay? It's a recipe that you cook up. Sorry, no, you don't cook it up. It's a recipe that you write for the agents to be able to do a similar task in exactly the same way. Okay, and typically it will be something like this. You're writing a prompt for an agent to do something, and you realize wouldn't be great to have this prompt saved somewhere and be able to use this prompt again and again for similar tasks that I have to do down the line. Maybe I have to redo this 20 times, right? So I will have to rewrite the prompt every time, and maybe I get confused and I forget something. Let me save it somewhere. That's what a skill is. Okay. So it's a reusable workflow that you describe in English, again, usually to the agent, and they can use it whenever it's useful to use them. Okay, skills can be called explicitly, so you can use a skill kind of like a command by naming it. You can say that to the agent, use this skill with this name to do this thing on this file. All right. Or very often the agent will be able to figure out if that skill is useful and use it without you telling them. Okay. So the trend is that these agents become able to discover the tools that they need to use for the specific task, given what the task will involve. But the skill is basically saved. It's stored in a specific folder on your computer. I'm going to show you exactly where in a second. It's stored in a specific folder on your computer in the project repository. And it is defined in a markdown file, again, markdown file, that is called skill.md. The skill.md file contains the explanation of this workflow for the agent. The skill can come with additional file, but this is something that is non-negotiable. A skill is defined by skill.md. Then in the skill.md, you may call additional files that may be code, maybe Python code, maybe a Stata code, either a do file or something. I don't know. It could be anything. There could be additional files coming with the skill. There could be templates that are referred to in this definition of the skill that you may want to use. But everything is defined in this skill.md. This is what the agent will be looking for. Okay. So let me show you how these things look like. Okay, so let me go on VS Code or Cursor. Go to Cursor because I have it open. So you can go to VS Code in the repository that you have downloaded, AC4E Padova, and go up, up, up. Okay. Now there is a folder that is called .cursor. Now, if you're using Codex, skills will live in a similar folder, but they will be called .codex. The dot is very important. .codex is where these skills are going to live for Codex. And if you're using Cloud Code, it will be called .cloud. Okay. Now I'm using Cursor here, so I'm going to show you for Cursor, but just keep in mind that if you're using Codex, this is now called .codex. All right. So I'm going to open this folder. Oops, never mind. It's not there. They're not there. I forgot to copy them. Let me do it. I'm gonna make it. So let me do it. It's probably easier this way. Okay. The examples are here. Let me do the Codex examples. All right. Where are the skills? Yeah, just give me 1 second.
And he can't change the name, it must be like that, is it correct?
Say it again.
Okay, about the name.
The names.
Then
Yeah.
and the other ones with the time issue. Now we have name of a file which is the skill. So if you type the names of the files or has they be like that?
For some of them, there is a convention. So skill.md is a convention that all the providers have agreed on. The same for agents MD. For others, there's no convention.
And for now, but we have to look it up. The documentation of coders.
For the documentation of Codex will give you precise information about the conventions. Yes. So if you go there and you look for skills, they will explain that they are defined as skill.md file, all capital letters for skill, and they live in a folder that is called skills in the .codex folder. They will. So that's for the documentation. From the documentation, you will get that. Yes. Okay, let me try this again. Oh boy. No. Why you don't do it? Almost there. Okay, now it should be there. There you go. Now I can copy the skills. Oh. Okay. Okay, so now I have this .codex folder. Inside this folder, there is a skills folder, skills subfolder. In the skills subfolder, there are other subfolders. Each one of it corresponds to a skill. So let me look, for example, I don't know, paper polisher. I had some examples that were saved in another folder. I wanted to show you, however, exactly how they will look like. Yeah, you don't have it. What I'm saying is that I forgot to put it there. So you will need to create this .codex. This .codex folder. We'll do it in a second. So let me just illustrate how it works, okay? So I have this .codex folder. There is a subfolder called skills. in the skills subfolder, there are other subfolders. Each one of them is a skill. Okay, so I have this skill that is called paper polisher. And it's defined in this file skill.md. Again, all of them are defined in a file called skill.md. That's true for all of them. Of course, the content of skill.md is different for each one of them. So what is it? What is it written in this skill.md file? So there is a first part of all the skill.md files that contains meta information about the skill. One is the name. The other is a description of what the skill is. What is it for? So this one is, so this is the name, paper polisher. This one is for use. It says used to polish author-owned economics prose in Markdown or LaTeX while preserving meaning, citation, estimates, and identification caveats. Trigger on polish paper, improve prose, the slope, edit abstract, edit introduction, or refer response wording. So there are trigger keywords that you define in this first part of the skill, that if in the prompt you say something like polish the paper, your agent will know it can use this skill to do that. Or the alternative is you explicitly say use the polish paper skill to clean the paper, to polish the paper. Okay? So this brief meta instructions for the agents. This is the way in which the agent will discover that the skill exists and what it does, and so it can decide to use it or not. They are contained between these 3- sign up before and after. Okay, that's the first part of the skill.md. The rest is a description of what the recipe we are designing does. Okay. So this improves clarity without changing the research claim. Checklist. Confirm the target text is author-owned, public, or approved for edit. Read nearby context and any research design memo before editing claims. Preserve citations, coefficients, standard errors, sample size, and caveats. Cut throat clearing, repetition, and vague contribution language. Use precise verbs and avoid overstating causality. That's good. It's a good idea. Mark claims that need citation or human verification. Return a diff-friendly rewrite or apply edits only when asked. Output. The output will have a specific format, and here I'm specifying to the agent the format that I want for this report to have, right? So it will write a report for me on things that we need to change. And then I will say change this thing, that, right? He cannot edit anything unless I tell the agent to do it. So he has a specific template, right? He's going to tell me what are the suggested rewrites. So then what are the claims that are preserved and what needs some verification. And then there are some constraints. Do not invent references or numbers. That usually doesn't work, by the way. So you want to be more precise, but okay. That's the kind of the gist of it. Do not turn a teaching example into a research finding. Do not remove caveats just to make prose smoother. Okay. So this is the recipe, right? The agent can discover this, or you can explicitly say, use this skill. How will I say to my agents to use this skill? Let me show you in Codex. Let me go to Codex if I find it. All right. So in order to call a skill by name, I'm going to use / and then the name of the skill. This is paper polisher, and it doesn't see it. Okay, I know why it doesn't see it. Let me do this. Doesn't see it because I just changed the repository. It takes some time to adjust. There you go. Okay. Just 1 second. Paper polisher. Okay. So I started writing paper after the / and already I can see that there is this thing telling me paper polisher. There is a skill there. The symbol of the skill is like this cube thing. Paper polisher, used to polish author-owned economics prose in Markdown or LaTeX. Okay, so I'm gonna click on it. now the agent will be using this skill. It will follow the recipe. And now I can give a prompt, right? Which file should I be working on? Right? That's the minimum information is going to need to use this skill. If I just click enter, it will ask me which file. Right? So probably just want to write it down. Yeah, what file do I use? But yeah.
So you put it in the dot codex,
Yeah.
but what if I want to use more than one agent on the same project? Like what, maybe today I finish my codex
Right.
tokens and tomorrow I want to use Gemini or whatever.
Right.
Um,
So these guys are trying to converge on a standard for the name of these folders, which should be dot agents, but they're not there yet. So for the moment, each one of them will have a different name. So if you want to use different coding agents, you will need to create different folders. The dot close, the dot codex, the dot cursor, the dot open code, the dot grok. I think they are now have it. No, grok works with dot agents. So you might need to create several copies of that. Yes.
You complete the action, so you say, you advocate the skill, and then
I will have to say, the skill will work on a file, right? So
yeah.
I can write something like on I think I don't remember what is the name of the file. Paper.
Just want to see the result.
Yeah, I got it. Let me find the name of the file where I have a paper. I have an example of a paper. This one, working paper Excel.
Yeah, good job.
So I have this thing that is it's kind of a sketch of a paper. So let me see what happens.
All right. So because you asked not to change the text, so just to prompt them to have some comments, right?
Yeah, it will give me a report.
Okay.
Again, that's the way in which I design the skill. If I wanted to do edits, I can just say change whatever you want. Right?
So while thinking, can I ask you a
Yeah.
technical question?
Sure.
If I made a mistake in typing the name of the directory and I changed it, so it goes into a mess, or can I simply delete the wrong directory and keep the right one? And in the future, what do you call prompt? It will go into conflict because it will not find the old directory and.
So you have misnamed a folder, mistyped the name of the folder. Then now you want to change it.
With the right number, the
Right.
name.
Okay.
And now what I have two directories where it is working. What if I delete one of them and keep only
No,
one?
don't delete any. So what you can do is ask Codex to merge those two folders because they are supposed to be the same folder and change every reference to those two folders accordingly.
Codex, of course.
Yeah, you don't do it. Codex, do it. Okay, so what we got, let me see. Here we go. So just a rewrite. I did not edit the file directly. These are differently rewrites. Differently means it shows you what has been changed with respect to the original one. I'm hoping. Does seem that it shows me where it changed it. No, it's not showing me exactly what I was expecting. So that is in fact a good lesson, right? So all these skills that we create, they need to be evaluated if they effectively do what they're supposed to do, right? So everything that you design might not work the way which you were expecting, right? So your task is to keep refining them until they actually do what they are supposed to do. In this case, I'm not sure I'm seeing this in the wrong way or not, but it looks to me that it didn't really do what it was supposed to do, which was, you should highlight what you have changed and what you have not changed. I don't really see that anywhere in this file. So that's something that I would have to fix in some way. All right. But again, if I want to apply this skill to another paper, another written text, I can do that, right? And that skill it's like a repeatable prompt that I can use over and over to perform exactly the same task in the way in which I want this task to be performed. Okay. So skills, the skills that I suggested here as examples are examples. Skills are better designed by you because you know how you want to do things, right? So for example, this paper polish skill, I like to see things as in GitHub. GitHub gives you a very good view of what has been changed in your files, and it highlights them in red and green. So that's the way in which I like to see the proposed changes in this case. It didn't really do that, but maybe you don't want to see it that way. Maybe you don't want to just, you don't want to give authorization. You don't want to see a proposal before giving authorization to make changes. You just want the changes, right? You want to be fast. So that might be a slightly different paper polisher skill, or maybe you call it in a different way, right? So this skills are something that you want to design for your own processes, for the way in which you like to work. Okay. Again, the way in which you can, come on, the way in which you can access them, or the way in which your agent can access them, is if they live in a specially designed folder for them. Okay. So in this case, the folder, if I'm using codecs, will need to be called .codecs, and then inside it there will be a subfolder called skills, and then each skill will be a subfolder that contains a skill.md file. The skill.md file contains the real definition of the skill. Now let me try to do this. So that you can access them. Yeah, you do it. Okay, so now if you have this repository, if you have this AC4E Padova repository open on Visual Studio Code, there are two steps to get the update I just did to the folder. So the first step is go to your GitHub account where this repository is stored. Right, so AC4E Padova on your GitHub account, not mine, yours. You should see something that says this repository is not synced, or something like that. Yes, so there is a button close to this message that says sync port. Click on it. Sorry?
Update parameters.
Update parameters. No, aspetta. Okay. Now, if you've done this sync fork on your GitHub account, go back to Visual Studio Code where this repository is open. Okay. There is where is Visual Studio Code? There is a little wheel here. There's something that says main down here. Okay, down here, and then like a little wheel. Click on the wheel, and that will sync. And you should see this new folder.codex appear if I've done everything right. Is it there?
Yes.
Okay. So now Codex will be able to recognize these as skills. You may need to restart Codex because sometimes it gets a little bit confused about new skills. Anyone struggling with this?
Sì, tutti i numeri codici.
No?
Cioè, questo
No, tu devi dare nella cosa. Questo è il fine. Sì,
esatto.
Io uso di quindi non lo so, perché qualche talk si fece, questo riguarda le missioni,
How far?
Almeno io non sono stati che possono dicere. Ci sono vecchi che vanno, adesso lo si ah, bravo, quasi faccio questo cioè, nel senso,
Perché noi solamente questo c'è
Un giorno di fare questo. Fare schifo la poca ma non c'è bisogno di fare così. Cioè, scrivi letteralmente, vabbè, se non ce le hai installate nella .codex folder, l'unico modo di farlo è così sta piccolo. L'altro modo è, cioè, quello devi aver installato, cioè deve essere col nome del, adesso però non lo vedo. Non lo vede perché non lo voglio protetto. Poi si prova così. Comunque l'idea è questa. Cosa, qual è il problema? Ah, perché mi diceva che si avviava e non si va. Mi hai attivata, ma sì, perché cioè, mi devi dire che paper vuoi che pulisca. Cioè, this works with a paper, no? E quindi è curioso di sapere ok, su che file devo fare questa cosa. Con il file, cioè, puoi usare la chiocciolina e il nome del file che vuoi che pulisca. Il mio prompt è polish file, chiocciolina, polish file, chiocciolina, file che devi pulire, quindi fa cose. Perfetto, ok, me l'ho perso per salto perché stavo aspettando. Sì, pensalo come un comando. Sì, chiaro che era banale. Ok, ok. So let's do the next one. Okay, so we have a look at the skills. These skills are these recipes that, or if you want a reusable prompt that you can use for similar tasks on possibly different files. And the agent has one simple way to figure out, well, he has a way to figure out which skill is useful for the task you ask to perform, but otherwise you can, explicitly call the name of the file and tell the agent do this using this skill, okay? We have created our own skill, not really.
So, no, I use a terminal, I call a skill, the file, then I have to close the terminal, or in order to have the skill and not in the memory of the agent. So the skill is local, is used just when I call the skill.
Yes, or if the agent decides the skill should be used. But that happens, in a prompt.
Okay.
It's not that so it's something that is accessed only if needed. It's not like the agent's MD. The agent's MD is always part of the game. Before the prompt, I read the agent's MD skills. Either you tell them use this skill in the prompt, or the agent figures out, oh, I can use this skill. Seems to be useful for whatever you ask me to do. Okay. So how do you create skills? You can write this file by hand, but of course not, right? So go to Codex. So if you want to create your own skill, let me do a new chat. If you want to create your own skill, you do the following. Skill creator. There is a skill creator skill that creates skills. Okay?
Makes sense.
Yeah, I told you, these guys, they're trying to make it super easy for you. Okay? So skill creator skill. Here you need to be a little bit more precise in the prompt, but you have to explain what kind of skill you want to build up, right? What it does, how it does it. You know, this could be a pretty long skill depending on what you're trying to achieve, but it will create a skill with the, you know, with the right format. So there will be keywords, triggers, there will be a description, there will be a name. You can indicate the name you want, or, you know, Codex will choose for you. Typically, this is a kind of an interactive skill, so it will ask you questions. Okay, so if you start doing, I want to create a skill that puts me on the beach with a mojito, running Codex agents forever. Okay,
That's the dream of every.
that's the dream. So if I remember the way I use this skill is usually you're gonna get some questions, but otherwise, as long as you are extremely precise on what you want, the skill will be created pretty easily by Codex. Codex has this skill creator. Cloud Code has its own skill creator. Other coding agents will have their own skill creator skills. So you don't have to do it manually again. You delegate the execution of this task to Codex, and then you check, and then you ask for changes to Codex. Okay. The skill is mostly procedural. Okay, so I'm going to keep it lean. Yeah.
Even just the code. I want to say skill without using skill.
And then you're gonna get the question. Okay, what kind of skill? What does this skill do? Right. I want to create a skill that does this. These are the steps that I want to be in the skill. There is a list of outputs that the skill needs to deliver. There is a template that the report that the skill creates needs to have, etc.
Have to be much more detailed than that.
You need to be, you know, you need to be as detailed as you think the skill should be, and then again, this can go on iterations. You know, you can work on this for a while. I don't know. It's doing something. Very curious to see what this skill looks like. Now, in the meantime, oh yeah.
So I did that for a more reasonable skill.
Yes.
But and it's asking me if I want to, but I'm using the command line tool.
Yeah. Okay. It's asking you to say it at the user level or at
Yes.
the project level. Okay. So my recommendation is the first time you do a skill, do it at the project level. You can evaluate how it works, and if you feel the skill is helpful for other projects, you can transfer it to user level. But definitely keep it as a project level skill for the first few iterations.
You say no.
Yeah, you say leave it at the project level, only. Fine, it's doing a lot of stuff. Let me move to the next item in the agenda, otherwise we run out of time. Okay, so let me move to the concept of a sub-agent. So what is a sub-agent? Well, it's different from skills. And it's a sub because it's going to be a sub-agent of the main agent. So think of the sub-agent as specialized, very specialized agents that can do very specific tasks very well. And they only focus on those specific tasks. Okay. Now, your coding agents are designed to automatically create sub-agent when they see an advantage in doing that. Okay, so you may have noticed, for example, if you ask them to do a literature search, what they typically do is let me do it. What they typically do is they try to run different type of searches, so different searches on Google search, let's say, with slightly different variation of the research question you are thinking about. And they are doing that by creating some sub-agents. Okay, so let me do that. Do a literature search about Hank models and fiscal policy. All right, let's see if we create some sub-agents. So each one of these sub-agents will be doing a very specific search and reporting on that very specific search. Okay, so if this or is using a skill as it's I have too many skills in story. I don't know. This is above my pay grade. I don't know. Somebody at Anthropic invented that, I think. Yeah, it's not using, it's using a skill. Some agents are the specialized agents that do a very specific task for you very, very well. Where is my response? Okay. Now, what is the difference with a skill? Well, this is an AI agent, it's not a skill. A skill is literally a recipe and you follow the recipe, right? So if the AI agent is giving a skill to do something, it will follow the recipe. A sub-agent is it's another instance of a coding agent. So he is much more autonomous, is independent in terms of judgment, decisions, etc. However, the sub-agent gets created with a very specific aim in mind, a very specific prompt that not necessarily contains all the information that the main agent will have. Okay, so again, think of a research. You have many research assistants, and there is like the guy that has been with you 3 years, knows everything about the lab, is coordinating the youngest new research assistants. They don't know much about economics, but they're very good coders. So they just do coding, right? And the PhD student that is super advanced and your top research assistant coordinates this guy. That's the kind of use you have for sub-agents. Each one of them will be doing a very specific task and is specialized in that specific task and is coordinated by the main agent that is, trying to make sure that they're doing a good job. But the sub-agent does not understand, does not have, all the information that the main agent will have. It doesn't know why he has to write this Python code. It's just, he wants to write this Python code that do A, B, C. That's the only thing he knows. He's very good at coding, so he does it very well. But how does that fit into my research on Hank and fiscal policy? He doesn't even want to know. Okay, so that's the idea. Now, how do you create sub-agents? Again, your main agent will be able to create sub-agents if he feels he needs some, and he typically will do if he feels the task can be performed in parallel ways. So there can be several AI agents doing part of the task at the same time. So that speed up things. But you can also tell explicitly in your prompt that the main agent should be creating a sub-agent with that specialized knowledge. And that specialized knowledge definition will be contained, believe it or not, in a markdown file. Okay. So let me show you some examples of sub-agents definitions. So you can design these sub-agents similarly to the way in which you design skills, but they will have a very different role. Where is it? No, these are skills. Where did I put the sub-agents? Agents. Okay. So for Codex, in fact, it's not a markdown file. For Cloud Code and every other coding agent is a markdown file. For Codex is a TOML file. They feel special again. I don't know why they do this. But let me show you the Claude example, which is easier to read. Okay, so where does this sub-agents definition live? They live in your dot codex or dot Claude or dot cursor folder. in a subfolder that is called agents, without the dot, agents. And in that subfolder, there are these markdown files or these TOML files that contain the definition of the agent. And the file name is the name of the blueprint to create these sub-agents. So let me look at this one, for example. Let me look at literature reviewer, maybe. Literature reviewer. All right. So again, this will work for Claude. It will not work for Codex. So I'm going to show you the equivalent of Codex. So it is very similar to the definition of a skill. You know, the first few lines are name, description, and they are containing to this minus, minus, minus delimiters that tell the coding agent this is the definition of this subagent. So you have a name, you have a description. You have slightly different parameters for subagent than for skills. For subagents, typically you will specify which tools they can use, right? They can read file, they can maybe browse the internet, they can do some other things. So you know there can be additional possible tools they can use. Also, you may want to specify the model they use. The default typically is inherit, which means just use the same model than the main agent. So if the main agent is using GPT 5.5, you use the same. But you may decide for this task, for this type of task that this subagent is going to be doing, maybe it doesn't really need to have a super smart model, or maybe it needs, so you may be very specific in defining the model that it will use. All right, so you can say use GPT 4.0 because it's a very stupid task. You don't need to be super smart and super reasoning, right? And then you have, you can have additional variables that define the behavior of this subagent. Again, we're not going to go into all the details of this definition, but the definition is giving a personality to this subagent. It's explaining what this subagent is, what it's supposed to do, what it's supposed to be. So in this case, you are a read-only literature reviewer for economic research. Do not edit files. Okay, do not edit files is our theme today. Well, for this agent, I'm defining it as it needs to check the literature, let's say the bibliography that I've created. So what I want to do is I want to figure out for each bibliography item that is in the text, right? So it's cited somewhere that exists in the bibliography file, right? So there is a correspondence. Well, okay, this is specifically to Karakura, but one thing you want to use the literature reviewer for is checking if in fact the citation is accurate. Then you can check that whenever I cite that specific paper, I'm not exaggerating their claims or I'm not understating their claims, so I'm precise enough in saying what the paper results were, etc. So again, this is just an example. You can cook it up the way you want it, but the idea is I'm defining more than a recipe to follow. I'm defining a series of criteria that this subagent should be following when doing his job. Okay, and then this subagent, once created, will be independent in terms of judgment, if you want, and decisions that it's going to take, but it's going to have a very specialized role in what it's doing. All right, so if you want, the difference between skills and subagent is that I want to use a skill when the workflow is very clear and I can follow it like a recipe or a checklist. I want to use a subagent when I want to involve some independent judgment in the job, and that's what a subagent will give me. All right. So as I was mentioning, for codecs, the definition is a slightly different type of text file. Let me look into this. Come on. Let me find it. All right, so I don't have the same. I have another one. Identification data reviewer. So this is a TOML file. That's the extension. It looks very different. It's still a text file, but it looks very different. So all these variables, come with a name equals something. It's not name column and then something. So it's a little bit different in terms of format. Again, you're never going to write this from scratch. You're going to ask Codex to produce this file for you based on your instructions, right? The information about what to do comes here in developer instructions. Okay, developer instruction is a very long string of text that contains the instructions we give to this subagent. Okay, so it's basically all there is, right? The definition of this subagent. Now, yeah.
Which also could mean that I think about the instructions with this agent and I write it nicely in an old-fashioned Word file, and then I put that one that's look, I think something based on that. I'm trying to think how my work will look like a week from now. But I'm becoming more of a writer of, and I guess teaching to something that is a computer somewhere. I'm teaching my profession in some way. I'm putting on words what I should be doing. And then I ask colleagues, what's in the format that the other thinking understands?
Yeah, so I mean, you can write what you want the subagent to do in a text form and then say transform it into a subagent definition file in TOML. Yeah, you can do that definitely. But
The job transformation.
Yeah, so I know the man frame change is very difficult at the beginning, but then when you get into it, you're always thinking about, okay, how can I automate this? Why would I have to tell Codex to create a subagent, right? He can figure it out, so I need to have a way to make it easier for me and just do less and less and just be there thinking about ideas.
So what I'm left to be doing.
Yeah. So I think at the end of the evolution of these tools, we will become just, oh, I have an idea. Oh, I have another one. You just send it and the agent will do it completely autonomous. If I have time, I'm going to talk about that at the end. Yeah.
5 minutes just to refresh and then you can start again.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
We can create a skill.
Drink coffee.
What happened with the skill with the mojito? I don't know what happened. What happened with the skill for the mojito? Oh. View, let me see. What does it say? Beach mode. Coordinate ends off codecs work in bounded autonomous waves while the user is away. Okay. Enter beach mode, mojito mode. Fantastic. I'm gonna use this. So keep codecs working while I'm away.
Limited funding. Cioè tu non c'hai.
Allora, quanto mi rimane? No, c'ho un sacco io. Ma io ho fatto un reset ieri. Praticamente, quando ci sono problemi tecnici, ti assegnano un reset e tu lo puoi scegliere quando usarlo. Io l'ho usato ieri sera. Quindi ho fatto questo super long work di 4 ore. Quindi adesso il mio prossimo reset è il 1° luglio. Ho già usato tipo quasi il 40%. No, questo è weekly, quindi fino al 1° luglio cos'è? 5 giorni.
Però
6 giorni.
sia Codex con Close.
C'ho, sì, Codex $20, corso $20, code $20, poi ne ho altri. Sì, sì, sempre se è stato. Se mi già fatto.
pool paga per tutti, no?
In teoria potrei usare i miei research funds, però siccome faccio un sacco di cose solo per me, normalmente ci sto pagando out of pocket. Però sì, l'anno scorso avevo caricato il cursor yearly membership su research account. Research account lo sto usando per viaggiare adesso, però se mi rimane qualcosa, delle-
Alla fine, insomma, arrivi a fine mese.
sì, insomma, a me mi sta costando un po', nel senso, e poi sto facendo questi corsi anche per quello, perché così posso finanziare la mia addiction, no? Però questi tre sono già $60, poi c'ho Manus che sono $16 al mese, c'ho Super Grok che sono altri 30, no, Perplexity è gratis, GitHub Copilot Pro è gratis, a quello lo dovreste fare, quello è completamente gratis, c'ha degli usage limit più o meno, però. Quindi sì, c'è tutte queste subscriptions.
Paga tutto su. Ah,
Ma io non so,
Fumo, quindi. Adesso ho cancellato pure la palestra proprio
no, dai.
no, la palestra è cancellata perché non riesco ad andarci.
Posso chiedere una roba super silly? Queste sub-agents,
Sì.
com'è che li invochi?
Adesso lo faccio.
Ah, ok, perché sennò ho detto, o li invochi a mano oppure li dovrai linkare all'agent.
Allora, gli invochi. Allora, immagina queste cose che questi file che abbiamo creato sono delle blueprint per creare una instance di agente. Ma questa cosa che abbiamo creato noi è la fabbrica della Volkswagen. E tu quello che vuoi creare è una Volkswagen Polo. Una Volkswagen. Ok? Quindi se tu vuoi una Volkswagen, gli dici a Codex, ok, piglia sta blueprint e creami una Volkswagen. Ok, lui lo fa, assembla tutto e lo fa. E poi con la Volkswagen gli dici cosa fa. Ok? Però in Codex letteralmente gli dici create a subagent using the name of the
Subagent che l'ho creato, che ho creato l'infrastruttura del subagent, come è legato al resto di tutto? Perché ok, è nella mia cartellina che nel tuo caso è chiamato Agent Ernest, non so nemmeno se sia una roba da fare hard coded, con quel nome specifico, oppure posso chiamarlo di nuovo tipo Topolino.
No, deve vivere in un folder specifico, sempre in questo .codex.
Ok?
C'è un subfolder che si chiama Agents
Ok?
e lì vivono tutte queste definizioni di sub-agents.
Ok,
Quindi
quindi
DOML
e
file.
se gli servono le va a cercarla dentro.
Se vi servono li va a cercare.
Ok, perfetto.
Però tu esplicitamente gli devi dire, se vuoi che usi quel tipo di sub-agent, esplicitamente glielo devi dire. Oppure a volte il main agent decide, ma posso usare questo tipo di sub-agent per fare questa cosa.
E lui lo sa perché doveva vedere.
Perché si è letto la descrizione, perché può accedere alla description, quindi c'ha come un index di
Ok.
skills, sub-agents a cui può sempre accedere e in base alla keyword è capace di identificare rapidamente
E questo
quello
quindi si scansiona una cartella dove sta lavorando o perché di nuovo lo specificato dentro il file agent?
Allora, non so esattamente come viene fatta questa cosa, no? Diciamo, questi developer hanno trovato un modo molto efficiente di far scoprire
Ok.
queste informazioni agli agenti. Quindi è una cosa da computer science, da software engineering. Quindi non so esattamente com'è. So che è molto efficiente,
Sì, vabbè.
quindi quello che non ti spreca tanti tokens.
Sì, a proposito di soldi, adesso costa così. Adesso che è scoppiata la bolla, forse sta scoppiando la bolla e dovranno aumentare i prezzi per la sustainability di questi modelli.
Sì, per esempio, noi stiamo, di nuovo, stavo dicendo prima, noi stiamo cercando di rinnovare la nostra partnership con Anthropic, però ci stanno chiedendo un sacco di soldi e quello che vogliono fare è, se usiamo Cloud Code, è pay as you go, quindi paghi per token used, per million tokens, invece di
Si devono orientare sto
sì, ma cioè, ci muoveremo in quella direzione. Quello che credo che succederà è che comunque a un certo punto non è che useremo, cioè, mettiamola così, i super advanced model ti servono per cose di frontiera, ok? Però per la gran parte degli altri usi non avremo bisogno di questi modelli super avanzati, quindi impareremo a fare juggling dei modelli in maniera efficiente, però sì, ci costerà soldi, cioè questa è una cosa che bisogna accettare. No. Però se ti aumenta la produttività tantissimo, no, noi non, cioè, facendo ricerca non fai soldi, no? Però mettiti nei panni di quelli che fanno soldi con queste cose. Loro dicono, cioè io spendo, non so, 50.000 dollari al mese di cloud code, però me ne rientrano 3 milioni, 4 milioni, who cares? No? È il cost of business. Quindi quello è il loro punto di vista. Noi dovremmo trovare i soldi, molto semplicemente. Adesso quello che secondo me è il trend è questi AI Labs stanno finanziando anche economic research. Prima stanno assumendo economisti molto bravi, molto famosi e molto bravi, per fare ricerca su AI ed economics. E, e quello avrà un effetto sul mercato, cioè questi pagano salari assurdi. Quindi di nuovo mi aspetto che questi laboratori si riempiranno di economisti molto bravi, saranno in grado di attrarre il talento e gli pagheranno un sacco di soldi e, e gli daranno accesso a queste tecnologie internamente. Quindi di nuovo tu hai accesso, tu puoi fare ricerca con AI con fondi praticamente illimitati. Cioè, è un sogno. È un sogno. Perché la ricerca esce dall'università di fanno. Sì, secondo me appunto la ricerca in università è un po' quello che è successo in machine learning, per esempio, no? Ah, sì, in machine learning, cioè le università fanno ricerca perché gli piace, ma sostanzialmente non possono competere con i soldi che circolano per questi AI labs. Quindi ci sono forti competizioni, spesso c'è una cosa, revolving door tra queste imprese e le università, eccetera. Quindi cioè, dico, nel mio field of research è arrivato un programma di folding, è arrivato Google, ha detto, ho preso i migliori, e i suoi algoritmi di soldi è arrivato, praticamente adesso. Sì, sì, sì. Era 40 anni che ogni anno incrementavi 2%, 3%. Prima, cioè il nostro modello è 10 volte di tutto il resto, e poi ti lascio due trottine, cioè ti lascio tutto il proteino. Va, finito, sì, sì. Chiuso il field of research. Sì, sì. Lo so. No, non è così, ma è quasi così quello che è successo. Sì, sì. Ci hanno preso il Nobel. Sì, sì. Se beh, hanno avanti un salto quantico. Allora, non era mai successo da versione. Sì, quando è venuto il caffè, fa una serie di strada, però che sulla buona qualità di mercato. No, chiariamo per questa cosa con un'altra persona che si chiama Antonio Mele. Ok. Noi saremo in stasi in Lugano, non saremo assolutamente dove. Lei è su una scena di l'uso delle agenti però secondo me questa è come una parte del no, perché non mi hanno mai questo modello. Sì, no. Infatti mi domando il suo amico, per esempio, amico mi sta a Sicilia perché per caso non si fa nulla la soluzione del fatto che si scelta per quanto riguarda sì, io avevo l'idea di fare la tesi in invece ci sono l'applicazione dello scenario del mercato. Quindi c'era tutta una parte di natural language processing. Sì, ma sì,
Abbiamo queste parlate, cioè questo progetto non si e lui sono esperto di queste cose. Poi hanno fatto dei lavori, non si finanzia, però hanno lavorato su sentire l'analisi della risposta delle linee storia della riserva. There is quando decidono si conoscono questi metti è un presupposto perché la semplicemente chi ha dette cose e loro non hanno fatto soddisfatti e non hanno venduto questi dati questi per vedere se in quale parte di questo vino influenza i mercati e la parte che descrive la situazione economica, poi la parte in cui la Federal Reserve dice che cosa si aspetta di fare e loro trovano che la parte dell'effetto è su perché in un certo senso ero già entrato in contatto con il professore di linea, il professore di fisica, che lavora sulla capacità di gestire sulla produzione il professore perché questi stanno riguardo che è andato aggiornando che e allo stesso tempo no perché se dà le macchine, cioè bisogna la sotto la lotta alla semantica che però se comprano le futures e cose che non possono e se non sia stato fare questa cosa non sono sicuro di se una lotta che c'è un tipo semplice questo però non è immediata in senso di contattare che io sappia molto di nicchia certo qualcuno che riesca a io non credo di sapere però ma è molto deve ancora alcuni hanno principi sui grandi. E forse magari ti sì.
Okay. Are you still alive? Can you still go? Just 1 hour. So let me clarify a bit about this sub-agent. So the files that we are creating, think of the file that we're creating as blueprints that we're gonna use to create instances of sub-agents that do stuff. Okay, so the analogy that I usually use is think of this as the factory of the Ferrari. The factory of the Ferrari. So this is what we are creating. We're creating a factory for Ferraris. And then every now and then we need a Ferrari. So we just send codecs and we say, look, use these instructions for the factory of the Ferrari and produce a Ferrari. And this Ferrari will do this task. Okay. So that's what we're creating with these sub-agent definitions. How do you call sub-agents in Codex? In Codex, you literally call them by name. So you can say something like spawn sub-agent using and here you can use the name of the Where is Visual Studio? Of course. You can use the name of the agents that we design, something like, which one do we want to use? Let me do PR scope reviewer. PR. That reads all the PRs we did in this folder, in this repo. Okay, so this is a specialized sub-agents that I'm creating that will read PR requests. These are things that have to do with GitHub. We're going to talk about that in a second. They're going to examine them for, they're going to examine all of them in this repository. Okay, so let me see if it does it. But in Codex, you just give the instruction to create it using that class. And you can do the same in Cloud Code and Cursor. In Cloud Code and Cursor, you call them with a / like you will call a skill. Okay, so one important thing you may want to keep into account is when you are designing all these different tools, skills, sub-agents, definitions, be careful with the names. Okay, so if names overlap, it might be tricky for the agents to figure out what to do. Okay. And now, okay, so he found the file, he's reading it, and then he's now trying to create this this instance of a sub-agent that has exactly that specific definition. And once he created it, where is it? Oh, he created it. Now it's going to read things. What it says is, I gave it a read-only task to inspect all PRs. And now this sub-agent is doing something in the background. All right. Now, I wanted to do an exercise with you to create your own sub-agent, but let me describe what comes next. What is the next level? Okay? So the way in which you may work is, here is an example of the way in which you may work with these tools. Let's say you have a specific skill that you use for data cleaning. You have created it, it does data cleaning on your data, always in the way in which you like data cleaning to be done. Okay, it's a list of tasks to get, thank you. It's a list of tasks that the agent has to perform in order to clean your data. And that's a skill that you have created. So you can just say to Codex, use this skill to clean this data file, this Excel file with the data. Okay, and it will follow the recipe. Now, what do you do in the meantime? This may take, I don't know, half an hour, maybe 1 hour. And you can check your emails. You can. The other option is you start doing something else. Maybe on the same project, maybe there is something else that you can run in parallel, right? So if you're cleaning the data, maybe in parallel, you can do something that doesn't have anything to do with cleaning the data. You can do literature search and create a literature review that compares your idea with the current state of the literature, right? And you can do that. You can open a new session with Codex or with Cloud Code and do that at the same time you are performing this data cleaning exercise, right? And so on and so forth. There might be several tasks that you can do at the same time on the same project. What about other projects? Now you can also do the same on other projects. You can open some tasks for project number 2, right? With the same approach, maybe using some skills. Or maybe you want to use some sub-agents that do a very specialized type of work. Maybe you can write some code with your super specialized coding agents that you have created that writes Python code like the best Python software developers in the world. So where I'm going where I'm going is all this structure that you create allows you to work on more projects at the same time and juggle this project in parallel. Your task, again, is always to verify everything that has been done by the AI agent, but nothing prevents you from, running several of these sessions at the same time, working on different projects for different tasks. So that multiplies and amplifies how much you can get done in the same amount of time. So that's a huge increase in your productivity.
Using the same terminal in Codex. So in Codex, I have project 1, project 2, project 3. I open subfolder on any project and let.
So every project, think of every project as a folder, right? So here I have many. And what I can do is I can start, let's say here, I can start 2-3 tasks for this project, and then I can start 2-3 tasks for this project in parallel sessions, right? Now, where is the limit? The limit is how much your machine can take, right? I mean, my MacBook is decent, I'll say, but already with 2-3 projects is kind of, that's the limit, okay? Sorry, with 2-3 tasks, that's the limit. And it's gonna get very, very hot, and I'm not gonna be able to do anything else. The computer basically is on the border of crashing. So what is the solution? Well, that's why you need GitHub. Okay, so GitHub put all your files in a repository online on the cloud that is easily accessible by coding agents. What you can do is you can use the cloud features of every coding agent. So instead of running a coding agent task on your machine, you can send this task on the cloud, which means, so if you're using Codex, OpenAI will open a space on their servers for you, for your coding agent, not for you, for your coding agent. This coding agent will download the repository from GitHub where you have all your files. It will make changes to these files. And when it's finished, it will tell you, look, I've done my changes according to what you asked me to do. These changes are in this parallel version of your files, right? It's called this way. You can reach this link. Have a look and tell me if you wanna use it or not. Okay, so GitHub allows you to use these coding agents on the cloud rather than on your machine. So it frees your machine from having to do heavy-duty work with coding agents. Right? So how does GitHub work? Yes.
Something. Too many things were running. I was actually wondering that what we were doing today was running on cloud, so it was really uploading things. So we were downloading things from GitHub.
Mhm.
Then the agent would upload things from the server and run everything
Yeah.
the cloud. Nothing is actually really running, so hard task running in our local system. Like I did try it.
No. So if you're running it locally, yes. The questions that the messages that you send to the AI models go to the server, they come back and they modify files on your computer. So they are acting on your computer. They run code on your computer in your terminal. And they test the code they have designed for performance, for everything, but they do it on your machine, right?
And this is an R task for local in general. I mean,
It's not if you do it with one task. It is if you do it with 10.
and the limit is
The limit is the capacity of your machine, Sorry?
is that a memory issue for us?
It's a RAM, CPU, GPU issue, yes. It could be, it could be a combination of these things. So I can tell you that I've been running 3 tasks at the same time, and my machine is like getting stretched. Yeah. Again, it depends. If you have a fantastic computer with a lot of RAM and a lot of capacity of dealing with heavy duty work, it's gonna be probably fine. However, my point is you can, so with the coding agents going on the cloud, you can do even more than what your machine will allow. Okay. All right. So how does GitHub work? For those of you that are not familiar. So GitHub is giving you a space in the cloud to save your files. Okay, so for every new project, you have a space in their servers where you save your project. You can always access them, right? So let's say I have this project, let me call it project 1, and I've been doing some work, and now the project is at this stage. Okay, so this is the version of my code that lives on the servers of GitHub, in the GitHub platform. And I want to make some changes, but I want to make sure that I do not, override the current version of my project. I just want to do some experiments first. And if they are good, I'm going to keep them. If they're not, well, forget about them. But then I don't want to risk, overwriting everything that I've done until now, which is, I know it's good. Okay. So what I can do is I can do this on a parallel version of my code. So I can create a copy of my code, okay, identical to the one that is let me call it the good one. Okay, so this good one lives in a place that I call main. The GitHub terminology is branch. It talks about branches as parallel versions of the code where you might be doing some modifications. So the main branch is the branch where the true version of the code, the current version of the code as you feel should be, is living. And then you may have other branches where you're trying things out and see if they work. Okay, so I'm going to create another branch that I'm going to call, for the sake of the interest of the audience, Mojito. So on Mojito, I'm going to start doing some changes. And the changes that I do here will not be reflected in main. Of course, in main, I still have the same code as yesterday night. And this morning I start Mojito and I start doing some changes. Okay, so I start making some changes. All right. And then at some point I say, okay, I'm happy with these changes. I'm going to commit to these changes. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay, they're good enough. Okay, so now I have a commit. So this Mojito has been created on GitHub on the cloud, but then I moved it to my computer. I made the changes. Okay, this is, if you want, what we have done today. And now I commit to these changes. This commit lives on my computer for the moment. Then what I can do is I can push it, right? I can push it to the GitHub platform. Basically, I'm saying, okay, I'm happy with what is on my machine to go on the online version of this Mojito branch. All right. So now it's on GitHub online. So now what do I do? Now my task is, I would like to bring these changes that I made here that I think are good to the main branch, right? And become part of the official version of my project. How do I do that? Well, good practice says, you should probably not do it yourself. If you have collaborators that can check what you have done, because you may have a very biased vision of this is good, right? So you may want to have someone that checks it. So if you're working with co-authors, there might be someone that checks your code and say, oh yeah, it's good. Or maybe, no, look, you need to change a few things. So, but the concept is you open what is called a pull request. A pull request is a request that you make to your collaborator to accept the changes that you've made. Okay. Now, someone checks that you have done everything correctly, and they can decide to accept this pull request. So if you accept the pull request, if someone accepts your pull request, now in main, you have included the changes that you have made in Mojito. All right?
Just the last one.
So, well, the one that you asked the pull request for. Yeah. Now, he will say, but I work alone. Why should I do this? You don't work alone anymore. You have coding agents. Okay? So you don't work alone anymore. You were lonely as a researcher, but now, you have a lot of friends. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to make it light because I know you guys are tired. Okay, so this is the way in which GitHub works, right? Now, why this is helpful for coding agents? Coding agents are, again, you can have many coding agents working on different aspects of your project. And so each one of them may create a new branch here, and it's not going to affect the current version of the code unless you decide that's the case. That should be the case because they've done a good job. So they can experiment as much as they want, produce some new code, some new files, some new results. And in the meantime, in parallel, there might be other coding agents doing other stuff and collaborating on the project in parallel, in other parallel version of it. Okay, so GitHub is very helpful as a kind of a center of command for your coding agents. You can use it to deploy them on the cloud, download the latest version of your project, work on the modification that you ask, and then proposing you, look, I've done this job. Would you like to accept it? Okay, so multiply this by 10 coding agents working on the cloud for you on the same project. Your task becomes, which changes do I accept and why? Okay, so now I have a new problem, all right? I have a new problem, which is, what the hell? This is like a lot of work. I want to be in the beach with the mojito. So what do I do? Now, what do I do? Sorry? Forget about that. That's always a good advice from Efren. So what I can do is I need to make sure, I need to minimize the need for review. Okay, if you want, I need to try to make these agents work as autonomously as possible and make them verify their work in such a way that I don't need to verify it, or I need to verify a very small part of it. Okay, how can I do that? I can create what people call acceptance criteria for every task. So I'm going fast because we're very late and I don't think we're going to have time to do all this experiment. So what is an acceptance criterion? I need to specify to my agent for each task what good job means. Okay, so good job needs to be measurable and verifiable. It needs to be explicitly stated in terms of things that can be checked, things that the agent can check. Okay, so the way in which I create tasks for my agent is on GitHub. I'm going to show you a few. I create what in GitHub are called issues. Think of these as tasks that you have to perform. And typically before AI agents, this is something that you had to do. The developers collaborating on this project had to write code that will solve this, that will work on these tasks. And now I have coding agent doing that. And I can give them instructions using this same feature on GitHub, which is the issues. So what do I need? What do I need to do? Let me find one that makes sense. These are the tasks that I created for my coding agents to design this workshop for me. Okay. So this is trying to build the slide deck for this workshop. The slide that you were seeing were created by Codex. I changed a few things, okay? It's not just Codex. But I wanted to minimize the things that I need to review and modify, right? And the way to do that is you give very precise indication of what good means. Okay, so these are the acceptance criteria here. So I have a description of what needs to be done, and that's what you do every time you prompt your agent. You explain what needs to be done, but then the acceptance criteria define what good job means. Here it says the slide deck aligns with the schedule of this workshop, and also the guide that I wrote that contains detailed instruction for everything that we have seen today. It needs to be done after another task, okay? So that's something that needs to be taken into account. The demos appear in the same order as the repo folder participant will use. So according to the schedule, slides point to concrete files or folders, not vague concepts. So if you look at my slides, they say use this file that is in template / whatever. So there is a clear indication where you're going to look for the files. Build instructions are accurate. I'm not sure about that. We did some strange things today. If the cloud environment cannot build the PDF, document exactly what failed and keep source valid. No copied website or follow-up content. Because for another workshop, I also built a website. I didn't build it for you guys. I'm sorry. So I said, don't copy this website. Now, what is the evidence that need to be collected? Slide count, list of demo link files, build command and result or exact reason build could not be run in the cloud environment. Okay, all this has been done by Codex on the cloud. So Codex was told, go on the cloud on OpenAI servers, open a new space for you, download this repository in the state in which it is right now, do this task, then use the acceptance criteria to figure out if you're finished. If not, keep working, right? And until you have reached this, you have reached the acceptance criteria pass, in some sense, right? So you achieve this acceptance criteria. And I've done this for all the tasks that this coding agent have to do to create this workshop. It took about 4.5 hours to do all these tasks. I think there were like 17 tasks. And I ran out of usage once. And then I had some extra credit I could use. So it burned like millions of tokens to do this. All right. So it was expensive. Okay. But I could enjoy dinner yesterday. I was tired, so I could sleep. So bottom line, this is where things are going. I don't know how many of you are aware of what they are doing at ETH Zurich, in the Department of Economics. There is a group of researchers. I think the lead of the project is David Yanagawa-Drott. And there are several other researchers that are working on the same project. But what they are trying to achieve is building a system with AI that can go from idea to full research article, like straight. You give the idea, the research article is produced. They produced hundreds of research articles. Okay, the problem they are still having, and they are working on that, is the quality, right? So can you produce a top 5 research article with this methodology? Not yet. The answer is not yet. I really want to focus on the yet. Okay. So what they get is they get papers that can be published in decent, or on average on decent field journals, and outliers on top field journals. Okay, very rarely they get something like that, which is, I think it's a good achievement. Now, how do they achieve this? Well, they spend a lot of money on it. That's the way. And they do something like this, right? So they have these agents, each one does some task in parallel or maybe in sequence because they need to be doing sequential. But they keep working until they reach the final goal, which is research article complete, right? Ready to be published. And the hope is that with the improvement of AI models that come out basically now every month, there is a new one that is 10 times better than the previous one. At some point, we're gonna get an econometrica paper produced this way for maybe $100, $200 of credits. $200 of credit for an AR paper is amazing if you think about it, right? It's, it takes years and to top researchers, right? So, if we get there, that will be complete revolution in the way in which we produce new knowledge. And so my point of view is that we're not far, okay? I don't know how long it's gonna take, but I don't think we are very far from that. Now, then this is a general equilibrium problem in the sense that, well, if that can be produced with $200, what if I use, $10,000? What do I produce? It's going to be published in AR square. I don't know. It's going to be much better, maybe. So at that point, basically, we are in a situation in which production of knowledge is so cheap that we can produce super advanced, complicated, new insights by the minute, right? So this is where things are going. We're not there yet, but all these things that we have been building today, you're gonna say at some point, oh, great, now I can run all my stuff for, I don't know, $50, I get an AER paper, right? In 3 months, in 3 days, in 3 hours. That would be great, right? So let me just conclude here, because I don't think, it doesn't make sense to show you how this works, because I will run again out of credits and it's gonna take hours. But just to be aware of these things, there are now new features in Cloud Code and in Codex that are implementing these ideas in a very easy way. So there is something that is called, yeah.
After you complete and push the changes and you come back to the main
Mm-hmm.
project, and you cannot always recover the previous version.
You do, yes. Every commit is recorded. Every branch is recorded with all commit on each branch. Every commit on the main is recorded. So you can always go back to previous versions. Yes. You can even select specific points in this timeline that you want to call versions of your paper, right? And give them a label so it's easy to get back to that. But yeah, everything is recorded. As long as you do a commit, that's recorded. Again, you don't do a commit, your agents will. No?
So it's like Dropbox. There is an history.
No, it's better than Dropbox.
It's better than Dropbox.
It's much better than Dropbox. In Dropbox, there is a very basic version control system. And this one is much more sophisticated. This has been taught for, project in which you collaborate with thousands of people anywhere in the world, and each one does it like a little bit. Think of Linux kernel. That's the kind of project, right? There are thousands of people working on open source software. They need something like this, otherwise it's going to get a mess, right? Now, GitHub is kind of still working at the moment, and in fact, GitHub is changing it's becoming more of an AI company than the GitHub company that gives you these services, because agents are not human, they're superhuman. So a typical developer will send a commit to GitHub maybe every few hours. Agents can do that in fractions of seconds. So you have this huge amount of changes being recorded on GitHub that, are maybe, last few weeks, there have been a few collapses from the GitHub platform. So they're aware of the problem, they're working on it, but there are other providers that are thinking about creating an alternative that will work for agentic work.
So the practical question, the majority of us has EU, ChatGPT, EU
Yeah.
license. Then basically, for privacy constraint, cannot be linked to GitHub.
Okay.
So, do you know any suggestion to force the system, violate the privacy, and link our ChatGPT to GitHub?
No, we're recording, I cannot tell you that.
Shit.
So But no, we can have a beer later, right? But no, no, you cannot do that.
Because it's, I agree, because it's terrible, because you have the machinery, but you cannot use the whole system and then enjoy the benefit to have this machinery.
So,
I see here there is the health department of economics, the University of Padua. This is a simple program that is at a high institutional level.
but it's surprising because, so
The end version for privacy reason can connect with any other individual website.
And is this for all accounts or only for a couple of studies?
In accounts. Apple is a closed system.
but so.
But I don't know.
I think there are ways around it,
I think
but I don't know if you wanna go that way. One option,
Yeah, exactly. I'm using the command line interface
yes,
version and it's working fine with me.
I didn't say. He said it, I didn't say it.
You know, the identity.
Your agent will be using the command line,
Okay,
Yeah.
that's later on.
so again, OpenAI is trying to make it super easy, so they created a GitHub connector, right? If you try to, I guess what happens is if you try to use the GitHub connector on your codecs on the Edu account, it will tell you, no, you cannot do it.
Exactly, but if I use quick visual code, it works.
In the setup guide I gave you, you install GitHub CLI.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay? Your agent will know what to do. You don't need to do anything, but they will know what to do.
And before closing, another question, before you were apocalyptic, you were the PhD student that are here, what do you recommend?
For the PhD students,
Because you say the only thing that matters is idea. Then when
Yeah.
you have idea, in a few years, the system with a very low price will be able to implement what is your idea in a way that is closer to the best journals that you have nowadays.
that you have nowadays, in the future, they will be better, right? So again, these are general equilibrium problems. If you can produce, if everyone can produce new research like this, then frontier moves, right?
But
It moves
frontier-
far away.
But frontiers move up to the machinery, not for the human.
It would be capital intensive, right? So the production of new knowledge would be capital intensive. Now, you know, I would say in our profession as economists, the last probably 20 years became super labor intensive. So you will have to put down the hours and learn very sophisticated technical stuff and computational things and, you know, to do well in the profession. I think that cost goes down to almost zero. And then the advantage is on research phase, right? So are you a researcher that has good ideas that make sense that will be, you know, if you answer that question, will it be a good contribution? I think that's what, you know, what will matter. So yeah, if that's the kind of skill you want to develop, how to figure out if an idea is good or not, and if it is worth pursuing. Definitely. Yeah, and again, all these complicated things that I've told you we create. Again, at least we're at the point in which software developers tell us, you know, I don't even prompt these things anymore. I've built a system so that they just do it. They just do it by themselves. They are completely autonomous. They have a goal that I give them, and then they build whatever skills they need, and they build the sub-agents they need, and they just do it, right? There's a new phenomenon of the autonomous agents that you can install on your machine. They're gonna read your email, answer your emails, send messages for you. Now, in research, I think that's where we're going. All this will be pretty much kind of working autonomously, and you do very little intervention, human interventions. All right, I'm gonna stop here. I will be happy to take your questions. I think you will be more productive. Questions?
Synchronize overlay.
How do you synchronize overleaf? So overleaf, okay, if you can get codecs to talk with GitHub, overleaf syncs with GitHub. So you, for every project on overleaf, you can create a GitHub repository. And every time you make changes in overleaf, you sync it with GitHub and vice versa. So if your coding agent can access that repository on GitHub, you can do modifications that then are reflected in overleaf.
Overlay, GitHub, and Visual Code. Because I still work in Visual Code.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I was thinking more of you asking codecs to write in LaTeX and.
Now I have a Jericho here.
Okay.
I will upload this figure in the overlay and get the paper.
Right. So yeah, you can do it through GitHub. So that would be the easiest, I think.
That for the file, the LaTeX is connected to the
Yeah.
MATLAB, and then I have MATLAB, I just figure.
Yeah.
I upload the figure in this LaTeX, and then I push.
You push to GitHub, yeah. And then from GitHub, overleaf should be able to see it. Yeah. You can do that.
Because in this collaborative work, so if I want to be a coder, so
Yeah.
work with others.
Yeah, yeah.
I wonder whether it's that is necessary or can just.
I mean, if you can convince them, yes, but I've been in that situation many times, right? And people are set in their ways, so it might be difficult. So, but this is a workaround, if you want. I wanted to mention there are other questions. I wanted to mention two more things that may be interesting for you as something that you want to explore. You can read this guide that is on the repository I share with you. Will give you much more information about all these things. But one thing I wanted to mention is, well, actually two things. One is hooks. These hooks in for coding agents are way to create automations. So a hook is something that says, let's say after you edit this file, do something else, do another command, right? And that can be interpreted very generally for all purposes as economists. So it could be, you can create automations that keep, again, your research article draft up to date with the creation of new figures, the creation of new results, new tables, etc. Or you can use it to keep to update skills, subagents definitions as you go through the work and you discover ways in which you can improve on those definitions. So hooks in general are very helpful for automation. Now, they are very complicated files with their own very complicated syntax, but now all the coding agents, all the coding agents give you a very simple way to create automations. So Codex, for example, literally has an automation button. You click and you can create something that runs automatically under some condition or at a specific time, etc. It's kind of using the hooks in some sense. The other thing I wanted to mention is, I think I have it in the slides here, MCP servers. MCP stands for Model Context Protocol, and this is a standard that has been developed to make coding agent access external tools. There are other ways in which you can access external tools with coding agent, but MCP is kind of a standard that has been widely used. Think of it as a bridge between your coding agent and some external providers, some platforms, some databases that you will be able to access programmatically, because maybe they have an API, so you can write Python code or R code to download the data from the World Bank database using their API. But the MCP makes that easier. for the coding agent. You literally can ask the coding agent in plain English to download the GDP data for these countries from 1970 to 2010 without specifying too much more. Yes.
The difference between an API.
What is an API?
So what's the difference from an MCP API?
And MCP uses the API to access this folder to make it easier for you as a human to communicate with the agent. So the agent with an MCP server, the agent is endowed with the API key plus API commands that you can use based on your English explanations, right? But I mean, if you can write Python code that scrapes the API, that's also great. This makes it very easy. And the coding agent can do it autonomously, right? So if you say download data on GDP for these countries, you can just go there and use the API commands and do it for you. You can also use them to access tools that are on your computer. So for example, there are MCP servers that have been designed to access Stata, MATLAB. At this point, you can actually use just terminal access. So the coding agent can just run commands on your terminal and access Stata, MATLAB, proprietary software in general. So, but you know, in principle, you can create MCP servers for software that lives on your computer. I don't know if it is the most efficient way to do it at this point. All right, let's stop. Thank you, guys.